All right, there we go. Sorry about that. There was a long start there because YouTube just would not recognize my connection. It worked fine yesterday. I don't know why today decided to be a thing. I had to stop and start the YouTube output 3 times before it finally connected. It's, you know, streamer woes, right? There's always something. Always something. All right, let's see. We're going to check out the Q&A from the third live stream because it didn't quite get to that yesterday. And not long after that, we'll be able to start preloading on Steam because tomorrow is Dune's Day. All right, in the meantime, let's see here. Let me make sure everything still looks like it's behaving. Looks like Twitch is behaving, Kick is behaving, YouTube is behaving. Good deal. Good deal. All right, let's see. There's our video. Let's go ahead and dial this volume down just a notch. Hey, how you doing, Glitch? And let's pause that and start this. And we are back get into it.
Q&A. And for the Q&A, we have Joel
Let's
here.
move over and get out of the way already.
Holding, for whatever reason, a Chris knife. Just make sure, like, the danger is Joel and weapons is dangerous. Anyway, and we also have Leo back to help us with answering the Q&A questions. As mentioned, we also do a raffle during this section.
Good old Joel.
So, while I see the wizard behind the scenes preparing this, you'll be able to type exclamation mark.
Of course, this is a replay, so we can't join anything, but it's all right.
Who know? Who those of you in the beta, they know. They will know. Also, a reminder that it's unfortunately only on Twitch because our YouTube bot is just not cooperating right now. Apologies for that. We'll definitely make sure that we'll do future raffles for both YouTube and Twitch.
I like to see how they choose to engage with the community, though. It does give me the good vibes.
About that, Joel, by the way?
I mean, should I? Or is it like an intimate story of me and the players in the beta?
It's just, we had, in the beta, we had an improvised, let's call it improvised voice line that was not finalized. And
it was very well acted.
Very well acted.
And it
was an Atreides, right?
It was an Atreides exhorting her men to do better. And come on, Atreides. Atreides. A woo.
Atreides.
A woo.
It was inspiring, right?
It was inspiring.
Super inspiring.
And it became a meme. And now it's like an inside joke.
Very high energy too. Like you just that one is single-handedly the reason I'm going Harkonnen and Atreides, by the way.
Yeah.
You have enough.
No, I'm lying.
We've driven you away with our honourable ways.
No, it's the faction things, quite honestly. Anyway.
You just like bold men. I get it.
Sorry, Joel. We give a shit. Okay, anyway, exclamation, woo. But let's start with the Q&A and get the first question here. We have Danaus Matros. I'm always awesome with reading up usernames. Will it be possible to mix and match the build sets of both Atreides and Harkonnens, or are we restricted to only one?
Thank you for the Chris knife of speech.
The Chris knife of answering questions.
Yes. So, yes, you can, but
we already know this is a yes because we saw it in their build contest video.
And then you'll have to do a bit more work in order to secure both.
Jump through some hoops because no one likes to be betrayed.
But you can build with both together.
Yes,
the pieces are standardized, so they will work together for the most part. There is a couple of unique pieces.
Exactly, but should work good.
Yeah, it's going to look amazing.
I mean, I think we've seen actually someone mix the building sets in the building contest.
I think the
one that won the contest the other day had some Harkonnen in the panels in that hole for sure.
Yeah. If you choose to use their building sets to create a single building.
Not if you're really good, Joel.
Or if you're a Bene Gesserit and you're trying to get them together. Okay. As the law would indicate.
Right.
Anyway, let's go to the next question. Subdacius is asking, will there be faction-specific chat so you can coordinate launch road strategies without giving away secrets to the enemy? Good question.
It's also a Leo question.
Well, there is no faction-specific chat, but we do have a guild chat, so you can coordinate on a guild level, and that
Really?
should be helpful to coordinate these type of activities.
That's interesting.
And it should be possible to also use the area-based chat we have in the region to coordinate with other players nearby to set some up. To set up
That seems like an oversight to me, but
you can also listen in if people are stupid enough to use the voice proximity. to talk to each
they
other
may
about.
want it to be intentionally
sneak up their
difficult to
bases.
conceal
That happened to some of
communications
the
between
streamers that we
factions.
had going live a few
That's-
days ago.
that's
It was
definitely
really
different
funny.
from
Just listening
most
to, I think it was like French streamers and like English
MMOs,
streamers
at
are
least,
listening
that
to French
have
streamers.
hard
It
factions
was
like
actually
that.
Kind of funny. Anyway, let's go to
Someone's going to punch me for this, but were they coordinating their surrender? Or was it just. No? Okay.
I don't know.
Never mind.
Don't remember. All right, let's go to the next question. Mandem007 is asking, can certain base equipment be turned off from power drain when you're away from the game to preserve the power drain?
So the way this works is that you need to have a higher level of production than your current use, right? And that allows your shield to stay up. So what you can do is turn off some machines to lower your use, and then you can also turn off some generators to not spend as much energy, right? But there's still a limit to how much fuel you can have stored in the generators, right? So it's not indefinite, but it does make it a lot cheaper for it to last longer.
Yeah, so basically just have the fuel there to power your sub-thief so your base is protected, which
Yeah.
is kind of the most important thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
like
that's definitely an option.
it's a very simple calculation. One fuel cell lasts 1 hour in a base generator. So it's very easy to have enough fuel to figure out how many hours you have left based on like how much fuel do you have.
I think
And-
the sub-thief even tells you now as well.
Yeah,
like
we-
you see how
there are
much
timers
days.
and everything. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we
But,
saw it earlier.
but you can turn off, like, it doesn't matter that much if you're not above the power usage of the generator. So if the generator makes 75 units of power and you're using 25, 30, 35, 40, whatever, and then you turn off all the things that are using up to 35 or 45, it won't change the rate at which the generator generates power. So it doesn't matter that much to turn them off.
Yeah.
It only matters to turn them off if you're starting to go above what the generator can handle, right? So
Yeah.
so but as Leo says, the base rate, one fuel cell per hour, and then you can stack up enough. I think it's 3 weeks of power right now.
Yeah, or perhaps even longer with the biggest one.
Yep. So it's quite a lot of power that you
Yeah,
can.
I saw 21
so
days
never
in the
fear, we thought
beta.
about people who need to
worth of
go
fuel
away
stored
for a
on
few
it.
weeks or whatever and have holidays.
Although
and things
I'm
like that.
actually
Just
right
no holidays
now,
for like a half a year.
listening to them talk about this, I'm actually wondering about circuits. Can you create a supply box in a circuit that's connected only to the power generators? But maybe you can't do that with power generators because they have their own internal mass storage in a way, right? So I'll have to pay attention to that when it goes live because I don't remember whether that's a thing. Maybe it's just not a thing. That would make sense because they do want to be able to create a situation where if you are going to be away forever, in essence, right? If you're going to be away for months, then they want your base to degrade. You'd have to log in and refresh to make sure that it doesn't break down, if that's your plan. And that's intentional, right? Because they want to free up game space from derelict structures over time. So it's probably just not a thing to use circuits on the power generators, at least not on the fuel input side. But I guess we'll see.
Or so, basically.
Just get a friend.
Alpalox,
to
thank you for the
check in
follow.
on
I
your base
appreciate
for
it.
you if you're going to be away for
Exactly.
too long.
Yeah. Boris8489 is asking, would love to know what kind of system is in place to prevent making this always one-side winning.
Sure.
We didn't expect that question at all.
Maybe. We have a couple of systems, one of which I'm definitely not going to talk about
Nope.
because I don't think I
Nope.
should.
No.
And because also then I know people will start trying to game it, and I really dislike it when people do that. So I'll
It's
not
gonna
talk
be
about that one.
the little devil on your shoulder just telling you. "No, don't
However, there is a new faction that we will add to the game sometime during post-launch, and that
Which
faction's
I
job
hope we don't have to wait
will
too
be
long
to
for
make
it.
sure that the Landsrad remains balanced, and there'll be a whole set of different mechanics coming into the game around that third faction. And that's all I'm going to say for now. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. It's not such a, I think, onerous task for people to be able to keep this fairly even if the population dips in a particular direction, right? If you end up with like, you know, a lot more Harkonnen, then you end up with a lot more Atreides on the same world. Shouldn't be the case, but if that happens, it's still completely possible for the Atreides to participate and make changes in the Landsraad. So it should work out. That's basically, but I'm not going to talk about the...
Based on everything that they've said, they have plans for that, like even without the third faction. If you wind up with a hard imbalance, yeah, I can't wait. I'm so excited for tomorrow. Even if you have a big imbalance between Atreides and Harkonnen, and even setting aside the third faction, which is coming soon, right? They have implied that there will be some kind of balancing mechanic that will come into play. That may be like easier missions or something like that. We'll see. But they definitely have said enough to make me believe that they have a lot of forethought going in on this. I am really excited about the third faction though, because right, that's been the thing in many other games. Like World of Warcraft never got a third faction, which I was kind of disappointed by. I think it would have added a little dynamism to the interaction and the factions in WoW. But many of the other games, they run through three factions. The first big faction MMO that I played was Dark Age Camelot, where we had what they called Realm versus Realm, RVR. And it was definitely three factions. And the Frontier was definitely more wild because there was three factions versus two. Warhammer Age of Reckoning with three factions also had that going. Obviously, New World, for anybody that's seen me play that recently, three factions. It definitely, you see, New World being the one that I've seen the most recently, you definitely see periodically where the map will go green or gold or purple. And it doesn't last long because what winds up happening is people in the top faction, the ones that want a PvP, they seem to eventually get bored with the fact that they have most of the map and then they roll over into one of the other factions. That kind of thing won't be quite as occurrent in Dune, though, since you can only betray a faction one time. So I'll be curious to see how it all plays out. But as long as they are offering a way for the underdog to recover, I think it'll be fine. How do you think the server is going to react with everyone joining tomorrow? As much as they have, they're a veteran developer, right? They've been around for a while. You know, I mean, in a way, Dune is not that dissimilar at launch. It is in theme, but not in mechanics than like Conan Exiles. And their server structure for Dune seems to be pretty intelligent and dynamic. But I still think it's going to be a mess. I think they're going to have planned and they will handle it as well as they can. I do think that by prime time tomorrow, though, it's going to be stacked. And we're going to have people complaining because they can't get back on the server that they started earlier, that their friends are on, not the server, but the Siege, right? With only 40 people being able to be on a Siege Haga Basin at a time, I'm expecting there was going to be some difficulty there tomorrow, at least. We'll see, though. As long as they're set up so that they're not allowing hundreds of people to join in a given Siege/Haga Basin, when only 40 people can be in it at a time, I think as long as they throttle, we'll be okay. Yeah, everyone being excited, and then for 5 minutes before the server crashes. Yeah, that, oh God, man, I've been in some god awful MMORPG launches over the years. I think Funcom is going to be pretty on point, though. I think they will handle it. I think they're going to be very conservative at the outset to see how things go. I mean, they have some clue what's going to happen from the closed beta. And then again, from the beta weekend, which they, you know, good God, people really, they hammered it pretty hard early in the day. And we had locked servers and then servers that were unlocked later. So I think it'll be as smooth as it can be. Thankfully, they're not like a new company that doesn't have any idea at all how to handle this stuff. The big thing, I think, is even though Conan is a respectably iconic IP, right? And they had, well, there's two games that I know of for sure, right? They had Age of Conan back in the day, and then Conan Exiles more recently. So they have some idea what that's like. But Dune is kind of bigger, especially being very immediately in the public consciousness right now. I did play Age of Conan, but not for a long time, right? Like the first 20 levels, the starter island and all of that was really good for me. It was a very good MMO. My interest kind of trickled off after that because it was not quite as engaging. But it was a good game. I really enjoyed the combat. The combat was so fun, right? The whole thing where you kind of, I don't want to say necessarily charged up your attacks, but you did kind of control how much effort did you put into the swings and the way you defended. It was really good. I didn't get to experience a lot of the end game, but I did talk to people who played it and all of that, and it looked good. I have mixed feelings about the Dune movies. Right, but that doesn't change the fact that they have definitely brought Dune back into the public consciousness, right? So I think that the launch is going to be pretty big. I think there will probably be some rough spots. Hopefully they won't be too rough, though. And hopefully they will learn enough from the head start, which is going to be significant, but you're going to have an even... I think probably even bigger boom. My guess would be there's more regular package purchases that have been made than deluxe, but we'll see. We'll see. As far as the Dune movies go, I really enjoyed the first one. The second one was a little bit less enjoyable to me, and I absolutely hated the character assassination perpetrated on Chani at the particularly towards the end of the second movie. It really made me mad as a book fan, but. I know a lot of people have, I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe most of the people are so excited that they're in for the deluxe. I mean, I would have gone for the deluxe because of the additional DLC in the season pass, which is what I did. And then I spent the extra for the ultimate so that I could get the extra puff pieces because, you know, I'm kind of a aesthetics collector. I'm guilty of that kind of stuff. Part 2, yeah, Dune Part 2 is the most recent one. And I believe they're still getting ready to work on a third one. And we'll see how that goes, because I do wonder exactly where he's going to take the story. Because, I mean, you know, in the books, you had the Dune story, which is essentially the first two movies that we saw. And then we had, without trying to spoil anything for anybody, but then we had his children. And then beyond that, stuff got really weird, right? Because we had a time jump, like Dune Emperor was far later, right? So there's a whole lot of stuff to tap into. But Fur Baby doesn't have a saddle thrombus, probably just injured her knee. Well, that's good. I mean, better that it's just an injury than something serious. Glad to hear that. Good deal. Because I mean, at least you can treat an injury and move on. More serious health injuries for the fur babies is never good. But my wife and I started watching Dune Prophecy, and I kind of have mixed feelings about that. The biggest problem that I have with Prophecy, you know, we've only watched the first 2 episodes, right? So maybe it'll get much better in the subsequent episodes. But the problem that I'm having is that I feel like the showrunners for Prophecy are all, we want to make everything a mystery. We don't really want you to understand all of their motivations. We don't really want you to understand exactly what's going on. You know what I mean? And it's like, you kind of have to lighten up on the mystery for the sake of the story so that I have a thread to pull on to get engaged with. And the other thing is that the characters, and maybe I'm just an old man, right? But the characters, I just really don't like any of them. Either they're outright assholes, or they're just so undeveloped so far that it's really hard for me to get engaged. Now, I don't know if the wife, the Shield Maiden, if she's going to stay interested enough to watch the show. I will try, because I know friends that have said it's really, really good and it's worth watching. But I'm kind of put off by this modern trend in entertainment to make all of the characters not just flawed, but they're just all kind of jerks too. And it's like, can we lighten up on that a little bit? Does everybody have to be a jackass? Can we not, like, highlight some positive character traits? But we'll see. We'll see. The PvP is a little bit of a mixed bag in my very, very limited experience, right? I only got to play during the public beta weekend 2-3 weeks ago, and I only got to play for 2 days in that, 27 hours, and my experience at PvP was minimal, right? Based on what I have seen, mostly from the public beta weekend, it was a little desyncy and janky, but they have worked on it since then. There were some balance issues, like with melee attacks. If you did the light attack, it could stagger a player, right? And if you were out of stamina, you'd be staggered and you wouldn't be able to dodge out, right? So you essentially would wind up stam locked unless they made a mistake. They have fixed that, where you do start to regain some stamina even while you're being attacked, so that you should have a chance to dodge out before you just get, death by 1,000 cuts. There's other stuff that they're working on. The desync is stuff that they've been working on. So I think that a lot of the negative impression we've initially seen, mostly in YouTube videos, right, about the PvP will probably improve, and I think some of it will also improve as people understand the combat system better. The people that seem excited about the PvP, like Damone Kim, for example, he still seems to be a pro PvP. He says he's going to be I forget what the word he used, but like a mega sweat with the PvP in the deep desert. He's been in the closed beta for months. Right. So I have to believe that there's some positive in the PvP as you get used to the melee and the weapons and the ranged weapon combat. Glitch. Well, is that it? Is that really it? Do the people that run these shows, do they just think that we're just all assholes all the time, and that's why they write these characters this way? I mean, I know I can be an asshole sometimes, maybe even most of the time, some people would say, but I know I have my moments where I'm not being an asshole. Can we put some of that in the shows so that we can associate with the characters? Hey, Super. Did you hear PvP? Mr. Enigma there was just asking about PvP in the game. I am looking forward to trying it. I think that the combat, it appears to me, like, again, in my limited experience, that there is enough depth in the combat for it to be interesting. And I do think that the way you approach things, your tactics, your planning will matter. And that, to me, is a recipe for good PvP. Will it be good? We'll kind of have to see, I guess. I watched a long duel video on YouTube in Conan Exiles, and I kind of watched it, and it really kind of looked janky to me. And it was a melee fight between two guys that kind of knew what they were doing, and they were clearly trying not to die, but it didn't look super engaging to me. I kind of feel like Dune looked more engaging, but again, I have not played Exiles, so I don't know what all is involved in the combat there. So it wasn't so much me trying to judge it as me trying to assess how does Funcom approach this kind of PvP combat. I think there's a lot of good potential. I hope it's going to be good. I hope that, and as Joel himself has said a couple of times now, at launch, this game will be the worst it will ever be, right? They're planning on launching it as good as it can be and then building on it and polishing it and improving it. So I think there's a lot of good potential, especially since the team seems super engaged. Funcom has a pretty good track history for continuing to improve and maintaining their games versus just letting them linger, and this team in particular seems really on point to me. So I have a lot of optimism for it. Squads of 10 going to romp the smaller groups. It could well be. Now, one of the things about that, though, is that you can only have 4 people in a group, and only the people that are in that group have the partial friendly fire protection, right? So larger groups are going to have to coordinate to avoid killing each other, rather. Are we talking about the same game? I'm saying for the kind of game that it is, right? Because it's a survivor builder first. It's not a combat game first. It's a survival builder game first, right? Like, I mean, I would much rather have melee combat and even range combat like New World, because that to me is way more dynamic. I think there's a lot of potential. I'm not saying it's as deep as an ocean, right? But I think that there's potential there for people to play in different ways, encounter each other, and there's a lot of, at least it looks to me, looking at, mostly just words, because I've only got to play for 2 days, right? There's enough passives and techniques and abilities to kind of offset each of the classes. So it'll be interesting to see how it all plays together. And I'm old and slow these days. I am not a bleeding edge PvPer. Hardcore PvPers may feel a little bit different, or even a lot different about a lot of this stuff. But I have enjoyed what I've experienced so far. You're surprised no one has typed a woo in chat with that up there. Yeah. Uh-huh. Video where someone used the worm to attack someone's base. Yeah, well, the thing about that is why would you build on this sand, man? I'm not building anywhere near the worm. DA, rock, paper, scissors. If opponents have better gear, or more importantly, skill setup, he is OP versus you. I don't disagree. I mean, the disadvantage to you being able to customize your character, right? Not just your gear, but also your techniques and your abilities, is a strength and a weakness, because you can definitely equip abilities in particular that are going to be really good for one thing and absolutely terrible for another, where you will just get wrecked. I mean, I totally acknowledge that. But at least if it's a rock, paper, scissors, right? Back in the day, we called that the Holy Trinity, right? DAOC, you had your warriors who killed your let's see, what was it? The warriors killed the rogues killed the mages are clothies killed the warriors, or something to that account, right? That's just, I think that can be the best way to try and balance something like this, unless you want to put rigid classes in, which I prefer not to see. So escape is definitely going to be a thing, but we'll just have to see how it goes, Haga Basin, can PvP happen anywhere? Right. Yes. You have the Deep Desert, which is the largest map. That is full PvP all the time. And that's not just, only somebody in your group is essentially protected at all from any friendly fire, right? People that are in your faction, even other people in your guild, can do damage to each other, right? That's the open desert. In the Haga Basin, which is the starter area and the mid-game area, right? The only places that are PvP are the shipwrecks, the static shipwrecks that are on the map. And the very first one of those isn't even PvP there, right? So it's very limited PvP in the PvE area. You're a sucker at escaping, key terrain, stealth, avoid trouble, best survival plan. Yeah. I mean, I do think that, there are absolutely going to be moments where you get into the PvP, where I will get into the PvP and just be, wow, I just got absolutely annihilated, right? Because there's going to be people that are going to be good with the tricks of the trade, and some that aren't. Okay, that's the White Shield Maiden. She is on the deck with the garden. I'm going to have to check on her in a minute, but I want to at least get through this. like I said, we'll see how it goes. I don't have enough information and enough playtime. Like I said, I played 27 hours over 2 days in the beta weekend, and that's it. That's I've been trying to backfill my knowledge, watching people's videos, listening to the attitudes of some of the people that are more PvP and more PvE, to kind of gauge where I think I'm going to fit in. Like I said, these days I feel old and slow. I had a real hard time with the timing on like the Swordmaster ability Retaliate, I think it is, where you block at exactly the right time and essentially you stagger the enemy and then you can get the better of them. I had a hard time with the timing on that. But some of that latency was a little hit and miss for me during the first couple of hours that I played as well. So we'll absolutely have to see how it goes. I mean, the deep desert it's going to be well suited, hopefully, to ambush or turtling if need be, if you don't want to be engaged, because it's big. I mean, it's 81 map tiles. It's pretty darn big. So we'll have to see how it goes. I'm very excited about the game, if that's not clear. I'm just a ramble. The other thing related to the PvP, can it happen anywhere, which we pretty much covered, is a lot of people ask, can you raid bases? The answer to that is yes, but only in the deep desert, in the PvP area of the deep desert. Like, there is a row of tiles in the deep desert that's the PvE entryway. I don't know if you'll be able to build there on the shield wall or not. I don't know if that's actually been addressed. To be honest, I have not paid enough attention to that because I plan on building in the Haga Basin where I know my shit will be safe, and then I'll build a forward base somewheres in the deep desert if that's what I'm going to do for gathering and whatnot. And to raid a base, you will need to overcome the shields, and they have not told us exactly how to do that, although Joel did say something about there's a clue in how to do that if you watch the movies, right? Now, I've said something about maybe it's some kind of atomics or something, or maybe you blow the rock out from underneath. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe there's an EMP. I just don't know. But so there will be that stuff, at least if you're willing to work at it. Thing with the deep desert, like map ideas, is once you have it mapped, you see there's just some POIs, as no one will hide in the sand. They will be at the POI for some reason. This POI will be more target rich. Yes, absolutely. I mean, as soon as there's a point of interest, right, that's going to be where the PvPers go in the deep desert, right there. Like, I'm going to hunt the PvE players that just want to do this content. I want to engage them, or I know other PvPers are going to do the same thing I'm doing. I'm going to engage them. I think that what is going to help the dynamism, of course, is that every week we get a reset on the map. Right, the Coriolis Storm wipes out the, hey, how you doing, Drew? The Coriolis Storm will wipe out the deep desert and refresh it. We'll get a new map. And we know that those maps are hand curated, right? So there's a dev team that works on those maps. So there should be a lot of interest in areas, whether that's deposits of materials to gather or the deep desert science stations that got uncovered, that kind of thing, but also the spice blows, right? Presumably, the large groups of PvPers that want the resource, they want the spice. When there's a spice blow, which you can see from miles around, that big purple column is like a beacon that says, "Yo, there's something here," right? There's going to be some element of the PvP community there that will go, "Zoop, I'm going right here to the spice blow." Right, and that may be your cue to a smaller group, or even a solo player, or even somebody who's mostly interested in PvE but wants to get some of the stuff they need from the deep desert to go, I'm going to go do my stuff over here, far away from the spice blow, and try and get what I can get before I get caught. Right, so we'll see how it all works out. Because, I mean, I am notorious for lone wolf play, right? I'm going to play with people this time, and so that may be a little bit different in this game, as long as enough of them stick to playing the game for long enough for it to really work out. Because that's what happened in New World, is I played with a bunch of people, and they all eventually quit. Because, of course, AGS fumbled so hard with New World. But So I will definitely have those moments where I will be trying to sneak into the deep desert to get whatever it is I'm after, whether that's ore or whatever to gather to make, steel or aluminum or duraluminum or whatever it is that we're actually going to get from there. So I am looking forward to that. As somebody coming from Star Citizen, I'm a fan of the notion of being able to play the game as I want to play it, but knowing that there's that spicy element of a PvPer could come along and try and get in the middle of my shit at any time, right? I do kind of like that. All right, anyway, let's pop this up.
Detailed mechanics behind how that works.
Yeah. We can ask YouTube comments to comment below what they think, what kind of action we're introducing next.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, let's do that. Just comment on what you think or what you want us to add. Doesn't mean we can add it, but it's still interesting to hear what your thoughts are. Blind shooter.
I expect that the third faction will be some kind of scavenger faction. However, I would really love for it to be the Fremen. That said, in our alternate timeline, every indication is so far, most of the Fremen are dead. Now, in the lore, in the deep desert, there's supposed to be countless more Fremen than anybody in the Imperium realizes, right? So I still think it's possible the Fremen could be the third faction. That said, I kind of think that bringing the Fremen in as a third faction might demolish the overall faction balance, because while there are pro Atreides and pro Harkonnen players, I have a feeling there are even more, maybe more in the casuals, which might help the balance. If that's the case, that are excited about the notion of following in Paul Muad'Dib's or Al Gaib, depending on which movie or story you're looking at, his footprints to be part of the Fremen jihad in the universe. So I guess we'll see how it plays out. It could be one of the other houses, but I don't think it's going to be one of the houses, because I don't think they want to give that kind of importance to another house in the Imperium. So yeah, I'm thinking probably some kind of scavenger faction, but I guess we'll see.
Blind shooter zombies. What a fantastic username. How often do you have to pay tax?
Yep, so the way this works is that you'll need to pay tax every 2 weeks. That's a cycle. And to expand on that a little bit more, then if you don't pay the tax at that point, then your taxes will be overdue, but your base shields won't actually be turned off until you forget to pay for another week after that. So you have quite a bit, or another 2 weeks before.
Right, yeah, they can't be dead because we're still supposed to be looking for them, right? Based on our intro with
like low-level soda cars coming to your house and like
the Bene Gesserit, other word is out of my head.
I don't have to pay this yet. It's fine.
How you doing, Andrian?
Second overdue.
Thank you for the follow.
Until you get the third overdue.
So I think it's still possible. I kind of hope it is the Fremen, right? I still think that might be the most interesting.
So, Joker DXNK, apologies if I butcher username, I'm not doing it on purpose, I swear. If someone buys my blueprint, is it a one-time sell and I'll have to list it again?
Yes. So one
yeah, because they're unique.
One use. So you'll have to create the replication process again, right? And then you'll be able to sell it. So this way we ensure that once you've sold your design, it's not out there forever. So you can continuously supply it.
Yeah, it's a consumable, essentially, right? So you sell the blueprint. We're talking about base blueprints, I'm assuming, rather than schematics.
I think so
right?
too. Yeah.
So if you sell your base blueprint, people can consume it once.
Yeah.
And that's it, right? They can't consume it infinite time. So if you make...
Yeah, it's like one of the things I was thinking about the other day when this came up, I think it was yesterday when we were watching the build part of this live stream, right? Is you'll design your base, whether you build it in stone or you just build it with the Solido projections, right? And you'll save it to a base copy tool, and that's essentially your blueprint, right? And then if you want to keep a copy for yourself, you need to create another backup tool, another base copy tool that has that blueprint put in it. So if you want to sell 10 copies of that, you need to store 10 copies or 11 so that you can keep one for yourself. And then you'll list them independently on the exchange. And the other thing that I was thinking about is it's like, okay, that means if I make a backup of my super cool base that I absolutely love and don't want to lose, you have to keep a copy of that somewhere. Because if you lose the tool, you have lost the blueprint, right? Which is one of those things that kind of makes me a little panicky as somebody that likes to collect and hoard, right? But I do think it adds an extra dynamic element. Of course, you can keep one in your storage in your base, which you should have a weeks-long buffer for, as long as it's in the PvE area, even if you're suddenly out of the game for some reason. Now, of course, you could, if you knew you were going to be out of the game for a long time, you could also either keep it in your inventory or keep it equipped, even is more safe, because the only way that you can lose it then, if it's equipped, is if you're eaten by the worm or you're killed in PvP while the decree is running. And I can't remember the name of the decree now, where you basically drop everything when you die. But all of that's a consideration, right? Because if you want to list them in the exchange, that means you need to carry them in your inventory to the social hub where you're going to list them to sell, right? Now, granted, that's essentially a PvE journey, so it's not really a big deal unless, you're on your way to the ornithopter pilot and you get eaten by the worm or something, and then you might really die. I don't see the Solito replicator concept as all that useful unless you build on flat surfaces. Yeah, well, I mean, it does depend. I do think that most of the base designs are going to have to be on relatively flat surfaces, right? Or those that are on a certain size cliff wall, right? Yeah, because it is going to be kind of limited in its own way. So we'll see. I think there'll be some cool bases that we'll see that people will be all right. I'll take that as a quick setup for my my folks in the deep desert, that kind of thing. But we'll see. I think that there's potential, but the coolest bases for me aesthetically are going to be the ones that are integrated into the terrain. And while I'm sure there are some duplicates of certain columns and all that kind of stuff in the game world, it's going to be more difficult to find a place to get it to fit just right, because support is a thing, right? You can't just build these free floating pieces. There have to be columns that support it. If you go to place stuff in the game, you can only build a platform so far out before you get a message that says not enough support, right? So it would just fall over, which means you have to have a thicker thing to attach to, which I think is actually a cool way for them to have set it up as far as the architecture and all of that goes. But we'll see. I imagine they'll wind up with a lot of base schematics being sold on the exchange. How many of them will actually sell? I guess we'll see.
Cool creations. Yeah, it's like the ultimate form of copyright thanks to the Imperium.
Yeah, and I can also add that you can't just go up to a random base you find and copy the design, right? You have to have access to the base to build.
That's good.
High-level access.
Yes, permissions.
And you also have to copy your base again to sell it to.
Yes.
I'm not really sure which of the things they were asking here about, but yeah, just to cover all our bases here. Ha! No pun intended. Yeah. No, I meant the base.
Yeah.
I didn't get it. It's the highliner joke from last time. Yeah. Reaper is that a K? Yeah, 2K7. What is the maximum number of bases you can have?
3. So you have different types of sub-thief consoles, right? Mm-hmm. And you have the basic sub-thief console. You have. The
I guess we'll see how successful they are.
Together, however you split that up, you have a cap of 3 that you can own. You can then have a permission to access.
I mean, Expedition 33 has been pretty widely acclaimed.
But that's just what you are restricted to.
Which I haven't played. I've only looked at a little bit of the information on it, but it's like at least semi-turn based, right? Which I find to be a little interesting, that everybody is so enthralled with the game, when in a way it's kind of a throwback to an older era of video games, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It sounds really interesting to me. It looks pretty cool. I hope it does well. And being this is a live project, if Dune does really well this year, maybe it can roll over into it next year, but we'll see. I kind of feel like Expedition 33 is one of those that's going to get that novelty hook. People are going to be like, yeah, this is the one, you know.
And then we also have a further restriction. On
in addition to the fact that it's apparently a good game.
At 2.
We haven't actually talked about this in the building part, but you can easily abandon a base via the map.
Just
for
combat
example.
is turn-based,
So if you're
okay.
Like, all of a sudden, no, I don't need that like 4x4 box anymore that I made at the very beginning of the game.
I mean, I do hope that Dune Awakening is good enough for me to go, oh, wow, this is definitely Game of the Year material. I mean, so far, I'm obviously super excited for it. I mean, I've been living and breathing it as much as I can since the beta weekend. I am looking forward to it. Now, granted, full disclosure, part of that is because I have been plugged into Star Citizen for 11 years. And right now, I am super, super, super aggravated, disappointed, frustrated, disillusioned, disheartened, depressed about the state of Star Citizen and the state of CIG and where they're at compared to where they keep saying Squadron 42 is, right? I am not in a good place for that emotionally, right? Dune, hype. How you doing, Gio? Good to see you. So thank you for the follow too. So we'll see. But I really liked what I experienced with it so far. Yeah, Hankins super excited about it too. Yeah, I could tell by his X post that he's as wound up as we all are. So is Detox. TDL is staying on target so far, but I know him and his group are super ready to go, just balls deep, hardcore PvP into the deep desert as much as possible. So I think they're going to be a force to be reckoned with on whatever server they wind up on. The people I'm playing with, some of them are going to be really hardcore speed run. Some of them are going to be a lot more chill and laid back and get settled in and enjoy it and see how things work. So we'll see how it goes. I'm sure it'll be a mixed bag for me too. Part of it is when we start tomorrow is I'm going to be like, okay, I already did all this. I want to do this part as quick as possible because I already did all this. I want to move into the second map, and then I'll slow down a little bit because I didn't get to do the whole second map, right? But I'm still going to be eager in my head constantly. It's going to be because, by then I'll have Bene Gesserit, Planetologist, Trooper, right? And then I'm going to be in that second map, and I'm going to be like, I want to get everything done in that second map, but I still want to get to Mentat and Swordmaster. So I may wind up pushing forward and then coming back to backfill content. We'll see. Oh, yeah, you're not wrong, Bare Metal, right? It will have been 10 years since they originally said it was going to be good to go when we finally get a launch, right? So...
Yeah, it's actually part of the tutorization as well.
It's encouraged to get
the hype is real for Dune now.
Because this is one of the things that I it's one of the problems that comes with the persistence of a game like this, right? Like in an MMO, a traditional MMO like World of Warcraft, it's not like you build a base in the starter zone and leave it there for a week, right? Because imagine how many bases would end up stacking up, and that's kind of how our game does work, is like that. So you can end up with a lot of bases. So the opening tutorial encourages you to get rid of your old base, your first base, and then you move further and further out into the world, and we're asking you to create bigger bases. So I will say, just do your fellow starters a favor when the game launches and clean up your old bases, people. Yes. Don't leave trash on Arrakis.
Yes. Clean up after yourself.
See, though, he's saying that, right? He's saying that. Here comes Loki. Yes, all right, you're here. I get it. He just charged in the room like a crazy thing. He's saying clean up your bases, right? And some players are absolutely going to build their starter base, and then they're going to get the mission objective to abandon your starter base. And some people are going to go back to their base, and they're going to clean up as much of those resources by deconstructing and saving that stuff, right? And then go to the next map and build their new base. Some people are just going to abandon And those abandoned bases, like, because when I joined the second server that I joined on, when I was able to get on with Detox and GT Mad and Bart and everybody, instead of building my own base, I just took over one of the abandoned bases, right? I placed my subfeep there and just finished off the walls and cleared out the stuff that was in my way, and I just used that. I think there will be a lot of that going on, too. Oh, yeah, we're all ready to preload, huh? Well... heck, boom. I don't need well, no, that's fine. Start menu, because that is what I've been doing lately. All right. Y'all let me know if this stream gets chunky. I know I shouldn't have a problem downloading. It's upload that's usually my thing. There we go. Oh, woo! That's them, not me. This is a replay, so. But it is funny to see the woo. Orca Bear Prime, thank you very much for letting me know that you were preloading, because I lost track of time already. I knew it was going to be shortly after this if I wasn't too sidetracked, and I am sidetracked. Yeah, so because I mean, it really worked out for me because I didn't need nearly as much resources. The base that I took over was a little bit beat up and didn't have whole walls on the ground floor, but it had extra walls up above. So the first thing I did was I jumped up there and I tore all that down, and then I finished building walls and a door and all of that in the one I took over. Thank you for the follow. It's Burks and Tristan. I appreciate it. Oh, Shield Maiden says it's sprinkling outside. We knew we were going to get rain today. But yeah, so, I mean, keep that in mind while you're getting ready to start it. Because, I mean, the thing is that for anybody that doesn't know, minor spoiler, when you get ready to leave the starter zone, you will have a mission objective to abandon your first base, right? Now, you've got three options there, right? You just abandon it and move on and don't worry about it. And maybe you clean it up and maybe you don't, right? But some people will want to carry those resources to their next build site. If you don't get too carried away with your initial base, which you shouldn't spend a lot of time on materials on your first base, because you're going to want to move to the next zone, and that's going to be relatively early on, right? Crap. I lost my train of thought where I said you really had three choices there, but I do think that taking over a base is going to save you some resources. Of course, depends on where you get your start. If you're one of the first people hopping in the game, there won't be a lot of abandoned bases to take over. But crap, the post-stroke brain is real. Oh no, this is the number 3 live stream from a couple of weeks ago. This one was from about a month ago on May 1st. Right, this is the last one that I hadn't watched. We're just trying to live in the moment until tomorrow, right? Thank you for the follow, Orca Bear Prime. Man, what was I going to say? I had a stroke about 2 years ago, and mostly I'm lucky to have minimized the overall impact from it. But I really did have a thought there that I was going to share, and I lost it. Totally lost it. Oh, I'm live. Yes, I'm live down here. Hello. But, shoot. Anyway, definitely don't get too lost into your first base because you're going to have to abandon it. Oh, what I was going to say is that if you do want to stay in the starter area for some reason, you can actually build your base, right? And then you have to abandon your base. If you just stay at your base and click on the map and abandon the base, you will get progress for that mission objective, and then you just build a subfeep again and claim it back, right? So you could keep your old base if you really wanted to. However, I don't think they want you to, because I do think that they want everybody to cycle out of the starter area and get out of the way. But that's definitely a thing. See, on Steam, there's been a Dune release every year. I don't think so. I don't think any of them are actually connected. You're really thinking about buying the game today? Well, I mean, I will say, depending on what kind of game you like, right? It's primarily a builder and survival game, right? In those aspects of it that I experienced for only about 27 hours, I'm not a closed beta participant, right? So I've not gotten to play it for months. I've gotten exactly 27 hours of gameplay from a couple of weeks ago. I enjoyed the hell out of it. And I am not one that has played a lot of the builder survival games, right? So for whatever that's worth, I think that side of it is really nice. The PvE combat, especially the gunplay, is pretty enjoyable. There's a little bit of weirdness with the melee in the closed beta. In the open beta weekend that we got to play, but there was a little desyncy stuff going on. And I know they have polished all of that since then. Other content creators who are in the closed beta have implied that they've actually worked on smoothing some of that stuff out. So we'll only really get to see for sure after tomorrow, but I think it's going to be pretty good. It is open, right? The way the server structure is set up is you will have what they call a world, right? Which is what a lot of games would call a shard or a game server. And in that world, they'll have one big giant deep desert, which is mostly PvP, right? Or it's mostly free for all, open to PvP. Obviously, you can do content in there, and if you don't bump into other players, you can do that content. The rest of the map, and there's one social hub of Airkeen and one social hub for Harco Village. Those are going to be everybody on the world shares those locations, right? Beneath that is the Haga Basin, which is essentially the low to mid game stuff. And that is layered, where you can only have 40 players in those maps at any one time. They've not been entirely transparent about how many total people can be in those sietches. Like maybe you can pick, maybe 100 people can pick that siege, because it'll be world and then siege in the server list, right? And there'll be a stack of sieges in the world. But only 40 of them can be online at a time. So there's that. The deep desert can have 300 people in it at one time overall. And then each map tile in the deep desert, of which there are a total of 81. There's 9 big grids, and then there's 9 in each one of those that are small. And to be honest, I'm not 100% clear on whether it's the large 9x9 or the one single in the 81 square grid can have 100 people in it, and that's it. So it's semi-MMO, right? Had a really fun time in the large-scale beta. Had only 20 hours. Yeah, it kept me hooked too, man. I was like, I did not want to stop playing. I was same for me, Burks. It was just, wow, this is, I love it. I love it. Melee combat is different to Assassin's Creed or similar games. Bit of a learning curve. Yeah, I mean, part of the thing is that it's not a single-player game, right? Single-player games tend to have a more polished, refined approach to combat, and with the PvP elements in this game being more dynamic, it is a little more, I don't want to use the word clumsy, but it's a little more simple, right? There's a lot of stab, slash, shoot, and there's a lot of missing that goes on because players, especially in PvP, tend to move around a lot. But there is a learning curve. You know, you need to figure out your timing on your defensive, the block and the parry type moves. And like there's the heavies have that pulse grenade thing that knocks everybody back and staggers them. And then there's the grenades that explode that have the stasis fields. And figuring out all of that is definitely going to be a thing. Definitely more than push a button and win. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to all of it. I've enjoyed it. Just don't like single player games. Yeah, I like the occasional story game as long as it's kind of a open world adventure kind of thing. But I prefer an MMO myself. I've been playing MMOs since like late 90s Ultima Online. So I prefer for there to be a social element as well. It can be clunky but fun. Yeah, the grab wells. Co-op was fun. Ran across another player. Didn't know if they were a friend or foe. Granted, didn't fully understand the PvP. We ended up raiding an enemy base together. That's cool. Yeah. I mean, when I went to the first shipwreck, which I can't remember the name of it, but the very first shipwreck, which isn't PvP, right? I was in there and there were players that were running towards the entrance as I was killing the NPCs that were outside. And at a glance, you don't know whether they're players or NPCs because it's not like there's a name tag hanging over their head, right? That's an extra interesting element to me because if you are in a PvP area, I kind of hope that VoIP is going to be a thing because trying to type in chat, if you think it's a player, hey, I'm friendly, is going to get awkward. There are factions. The way that they have it set up, it's mostly an end game thing, but it does matter which faction you're in. You're either going to ally with House Harkonnen or House Atreides. It's not something that happens instantly, but once you get into the end game, they have this system they call the Landsrod, which basically lets the winning faction choose which of the 3 decrees that are available this week get applied to their faction. And that can be stuff like that the winning faction gets plus 33% ranged weapon damage for the week, or plus 33% melee damage for the week, which is both PvE and PvP relevant. You might it might reduce your fuel costs or reduce your repair times, right? And it was a significant fuel cost reduction. I want to say it was like 75% less fuel, 25% lower repair times or something, but whatever, there's that kind of thing. There is a decree that can be chosen that makes anybody who dies in the deep desert to PvP they drop all their gear. So there's some interesting decrees in there. There's one where the faction gets access to a tool vendor, and I don't know exactly what tools are going to be in there, but it sounds like it'll be like higher tier tools. So it's definitely there as far as the faction thing goes. Now, as Joel will probably say again before the end of this video, they are adding another faction soon after launch. So there will be 3 factions, and that's supposed to help in case there's a faction that's extra heavy, right? Like we have Harkonnen and Atreides, and let's just pretend it's the Fremen, because I would love for it to be the Fremen. If Harkonnen is super powerful, then Atreides and the Fremen can team up against Harkonnen, and that will help the balance, way out of balance factions, or vice versa. If the Fremen's super powerful, then maybe Harkonnens and Atreides finally suck it up and get together to kill the Fremen. So we'll see. One less is the pay shop. Oh, woo. They have said that the cash shop is going to be essentially fluff stuff, right? Like it'll be skins. That's what I think. We may see the odd furniture kind of thing. And I expect probably we'll get building skin sets, right? But it'll be that sort of thing. It won't be anything. They're not going to sell gear. They're not going to sell vehicles. It'll be probably swatches, which is the paint color, the skin colors for armor and weapons, or for your vehicles, maybe different geometric shapes, right? Like we know there's an Atreides style ornithopter and a Chom style and a Harkonnen style. So that'll be what the cash shop is about. It'll be all the fluff stuff. Character creator and have your import ready to go? Yes, I do. Although I keep going back to it and going, do I really want to do this? And then a lot of times I wind up going back to the same thing. But yeah, so yeah, and the dagger code. Yeah, the frame blade. I'll definitely grab that too. Yes, and they did say Twitch drops, and they actually showed some of them. There will be Twitch drops that will be. It was some. I think it was Chom stuff. There were these really interesting, window kind of things. So yeah, I'm glad they're doing Twitch drops because I think that'll be really good for helping to engage the community as the launch happens. I wonder if we're going to get those tomorrow. I wouldn't at all be surprised if we did get them tomorrow, although they might wait until the 10th to start Twitch drops. But it's got to be coming soon, I believe, because it's all about the hype, right? They want everybody to hop in and play. Yeah, no, for what is this, a 20-minute video? I've definitely spent a ton of time watching it. I appreciate everybody dropping in and hanging out, man. I am so excited about this game. I really am. I cannot wait for launch tomorrow.
All right. Yep. Mandem007, again, with a question. Will be a party of
backstab? No.
Good question.
Yeah, there's no minimum requirement there, so that works fine.
Yes, and it enables you to be part of the Landstra if you want to do that as a single player.
And then there's upper cap as well at 32.
Yeah.
See, that's one of the things I'm really curious about, right? The Lands Red bingo card, right? It's a 5x5 grid. And you essentially have to earn 70,000 points for each checkbox to claim it for your faction. And I kind of wonder how hard is it for a single player to earn a significant number of points? Like how much work do I have to put in to get 10,000 points to help flip or block a cube? You know, and that also makes me wonder, I guess if you have not allied to a faction, that you don't get to do any of the Lands Red stuff. That makes sense, but I hadn't really thought about that. Yeah, random deaths to range combat can be super frustrating, of course. They don't even have, now I don't even know, do they have a summary screen when you die and respawn? Does it say what you died to? I don't remember. Yeah, I'm really kind of aggravated with the whole GPU market for like a couple of years now. It's really, really bad. You hope they decide to flip the switch a little earlier. Yeah, it would be nice. Would be nice. How about now? I'm ready to go now.
But yeah, they can be very small as well.
Yeah.
Lenoli. I am sorry, the screen is kind of so weirdly angled for me.
Lona Lionart.
Lona Lionart. Oh, Lona Lionart.
Lone
yes.
Lionheart.
If I'm building vertically on a cliffside, will the cliff work as a wall and keep sandstorm damage out, or do I need to add another wall along the cliff to close off the structure? That's a good question too.
So for that one,
walls do count.
You will need to add another wall, and it depends on.
Okay, I need to take care of something for the Shield Maiden real quick. I'm sorry, I'm going to leave this playing for you guys, and I'm going to listen to it while they're talking. My wife's a disabled Marine Corps veteran, so sometimes I got to hop up and take care of stuff for her. She's trying to take care of something in the garden right now on the deck, and I need to go move a table for her. So I'm going to do that, and I'll be right back.
This opening and
play this,
how close you are to the
and I'll get out of the way for the moment.
But in essence, yes, to be safe, you need to do that, and. The reason we're doing it this way is to make sure that bases and their contents eventually do decay away if they are in fact abandoned, right? So we don't have bases staying around permanently taking up space.
I mean, while we don't expect anybody to quit this video game over time, while we expect 100% of our players to keep playing forever, there may be some that leave, and then we're going to have something like a decay system in place. So yeah, that's why we have to do this.
Yeah. Or you could just get tired of the base and move on, right? We need it to be removed in that case.
Yeah. Sarah Nielsen is asking, how do you set access level towards strangers to your building?
Yeah, so if it's if the question is if you can give access to someone you know, then you can search for their name and add them that way. And you can also interact with their character in the world, give them access that way. If you have them on your friends list already, imported through Steam, for example, then you can also go through the social system menus we have and edit permissions for someone in bulk. Now, it could also be that the question is if you want to make your base or parts of your base public, right?
I think that was the question. Yeah, exactly.
And what you can do then is go to individual objects on the base, like doors or machines and whatnot, and lower its access level requirement to public, and then anyone will be able to access it.
And we've seen some really cool examples of this in the beta, where people, for example, put out a little bit of a drink of water
So nice.
for other players, or a little piece of shade, or somewhere for them to shelter for the sandstorms, and they make a little area of their base. It's just a little bit
Super
public,
nice.
so people passing by have somewhere to stay.
Like
It's
a
very
little-
nice.
Yeah.
to see.
A
that's
water station with like different water canister, like where people can get water and stuff. So super nice.
We saw the public toilet earlier as well, right? That could be a good one.
That is true. Yes.
Generous to strangers.
Yeah. Empty your still suits. Michael is asking, can you move the whole base, or you need to build it all over again?
You can copy the design to a Solido replicator, right? And then you don't have to come up with something new on the new location, but yeah, you do need to build it again at the new location and carry whatever items you want at that place manually. But to help you with that, you have vehicles as well, right? And vehicles can have quite sizable storage. So that makes the process a whole lot less inconvenient.
And
Yeah,
also
and we're
quick
very-
deploys, right? Which is super nice with vehicles specifically.
Yeah, the quick. Yeah, and we're also very generous with the building costs in this game. We're not.
Yes.
We're not. We like when people
Yeah.
make cool buildings, so we're not trying to make it a super grindy, like, oh, you have to spend 20 hours getting enough materials just to build the base, right? It's actually
Has returned.
relatively fast compared to the standards of the genre.
Yeah.
I fully agree. I was actually
Hey,
just
Elise, how you
I was
doing?
going to comment on that because what I generally do is I don't care about granite, for example, or the
You finally
base
broke in. You're
or
at least watching the
material
films.
for the base. I generally might just dismantle the actual refineries or so, just so I can get them up really fast again or immediately, especially the power generator early on. And anything else, you can just
Having a good
few
morning.
minutes and you have the material again. Which
Yeah,
is super
so
nice.
we wanted to find that sweet spot where it still feels like you worked to earn that base, right? So it isn't so cheap that it feels valueless, right?
Yeah.
You still have to work for it, but it's not so much that it becomes painful to gather the materials. So I think we've found that sweet spot.
You don't spend hours refining just to make a single wall.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, I feel like if you have one of those huge bases that we've seen, then you're basically established yourself, and you're most likely not going to move next week again, right? So there's that as well.
Thank you very much for saying that. I will carry it over to her.
right,
She is definitely my hero.
Dragon D?
Dragon die.
Dragon die. Can you link friends' bases together?
Well, you can place bases pretty close together. You can't actually link them together, right? I think one way you could do something.
Permissions, maybe? No, you couldn't
not-
cross the border, but you can still make permissions. So it's
Yeah,
quite
you
easy
can
to-
you can have them next to each other and have permissions to cross into the one another.
The little dog is
What you
having a
could
cow in the
probably
background.
do,
I'm sorry if
you
y'all
really
can hear.
wanted to have separate buildings is to expand your land and then build two separate buildings. That might work.
But also, you could have because you can't put them so close next to each other. You can just have doors that are.
It
so
works.
close
Thank you
that
very
can
much for the
go
tier
from
1. I
together.
very
That's
much
not
appreciate that, sir.
Creeping territory. We
That's
have
very
to-
kind.
Because otherwise, people could surround your land claim,
Yeah.
right? So we have to give people
Right.
a little space
Yes.
to
We
work.
have a
See,
buffer
that's
zone
why
there.
they're designers and I'm not.
Sadly, we have these lovely people on the beta who build really nice things for other players, and then occasionally we see people in the beta
Yes.
doing things that are
that
quite
are
nasty, and then we. But the good thing
Yes.
about betas is we then get to make design allowances for these kind of behaviors, which is
Exactly.
great.
We will learn and make sure that it's a bit harder to do in the future.
Yes.
Scarsy, can you build into rock, like make a cave and an underground base?
Yeah, so what you can do is there are some formations where this makes sense, right? So you can build around a cave entrance or underneath.
I haven't really seen any caves you could build over. I hope there are
also
some.
have quite a lot of allowance for building so that your walls stick into rock and things like that, right? So
But yeah, we
works quite
don't
well.
allow you, like most of the cave space.
I think that if you have the opportunity, probably watching the movies before reading the books is the way to go, because the books are definitely deeper. Abear has his flavor of writing, right? And some people are really going to enjoy it. Some people are going to be a little less, because it is a little dated compared to modern fiction, right? And I said Abear, I should say Herbert. But I think that the story is way better in the books, and you will notice distinct differences between the book and the movie, right? And as somebody who read the books, granted, it's been a while since I read them, but the thing that I am most disappointed about in the second movie in particular, although it did start in the first movie, is character attitudes. I did not like Chani in the movie, but that's because I read the book. I like Chani from the books much more than I like Chani from the movies, from the most recent movies. It aggravates me. But if you haven't read the books, you won't have that reaction. You'll have whatever reaction just from what you see on screen. And then if you watch the movie, you may read the books and go, well, that's odd. This character has a completely different attitude and all of that. So I do think it's worth reading the books if you decide you really enjoyed the movies, though. But girl power, well, I mean, you know, everybody's got their opinion on it, and I'm not saying anybody's wrong, but for me, I feel like what they did with Chani, while it did make her personality stronger, it didn't make her a deeper character. It made her a much more shallow character. I preferred the relationship in the books, right? Because Chani, she, like, just isn't, you know what? I shouldn't say anything else because I don't want to spoil anything for the people that are watching the movies or reading the books now, right? So I'll shut up. But I feel like that Chani had more depth and was actually a stronger character, even if she didn't necessarily have a stronger voice in the books than in the movie. So I won't ruin that for anybody, because I know that there are actually a lot of people that are coming in from the game that haven't read or watched, and I don't want to spoil for them. So, but I enjoyed all of it. I actually think if you were a book fan and you wanted to see visual media, that the old sci-fi miniseries, there was a Dune miniseries and a Children of Dune miniseries. Those were way more loyal to the original story. Although, you know, the visuals are obviously a sign of the times. Some of it was really good and some of it was not. Like, I did not like the navigators in the sci-fi adaptation. Not that they were a major presence, but I liked it. It was definitely different. The David Lynch movie was definitely a reinterpretation of the books, and quite often I find those irritating. Rings of Power, Wheel of Time on Amazon. Hate them. Visually, they're fine. Do not like the way they disrespected the IP, right? Setting that aside, I liked the David Lynch film as a story that kind of carried through in the spirit of the original story, but some of it was very different. The weirding modules was all totally out of the books. That said, if you want to watch the David Lynch version, if you can get a hold of the director's cut version, which includes footage that wasn't finished from production, like sometimes the Fremen didn't have their blue eyes, or there were storyboard images instead of actual footage. It's about 4 hours long, but all of the weird questions that you would probably experience from the David Lynch movie if you were not a book reader were way more filled in. That's the version to watch if you want to watch the David Lynch version. It's so much better. It's so much better. I know, if they had not deleted the scenes. I enjoyed that a lot. It is, you know, there are certain aspects of it that are very dated, but I liked it. Yeah. I just watched, the first Villeneuve movie again the other day. I didn't watch the second one because I didn't want to be irked about Chani again. But I just watched the original 1984 version, the theatrical release version of Dune again, because the wife wanted to see it again because she had not seen it since it was much more recent. But I know not everyone likes Avatar, but the very first film was so much better with the deleted and unfinished. I believe it. I do believe it. I don't think I've seen the one with the deleted scenes and stuff in it, but it's a lot of that stuff. A lot of times they put together a really good story, and then they get to editing it to try and kind of fit into appropriate windows of time and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, you took all this stuff out of the movie that made the movie make sense. Why did you do that? less you know about starting a game, the quicker you learn the hard way what's dangerous or not. That is true. And the other thing that's important to note about this game, right, is as you will find out right at the beginning of the game in the intro movie, we are dealing with a different timeline, right? I don't know for sure if it's 100% clear after you do the whole story or not. We don't know whether this is actually just an alternate timeline or if this is just one of Paul's spice visions that we're in. This is like a probable future that he saw as being the Kwisatz Haderach, right? But either way, it's interesting, and I'm glad that they did it the way that they did it, because they're definitely freeing us up, giving players much more agency. Rather than just standing in the shadow of Paul. So, yeah, you really don't view them the same way anymore. It is, yeah, they're not just this monster roaming the desert. Everything's connected. It's pretty cool. Worm is just cute, not dangerous at all. Sun, that's a different beast. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, Dune is harsh. You know, I will say this, that the one kind of negative reaction that I have about the game lore is they talk about how the Sardaukar came in and just wiped out the Fremen, right? Now, part of the reason that didn't happen in the book is because the Fremen, without spoiling, let's just say that they get an extra boost from the stuff that happens in the story. So the Fremen are even more badass in the story where Paul is in it, right, than they are in this game world. So that's my headcanon, right, is that's why the Fremen were wiped out, at least in the local desert. Like I said, we've already, I think, established that since we're supposed to be looking for them, there must still be Fremen on Arrakis. Sun, dangerous? Did they come to Australia for study? Dune Sun is kind of OP versus, yeah. Well, I mean, it's like maybe Dune doesn't have a, oh shoot, post-stroke brain is real. Maybe it doesn't have an ozone layer or the like, right? It definitely has less protection. You get cooked in the sun. And of course, all of that could well be a connection to the spice as well. You know, to maybe that there's the spice being all up in the atmosphere, focuses or whatever, some particular wavelength of the radiation that makes it worse, but it's definitely harsh. Or all players must unite and form. Yeah, I mean, they could do that with the Fremen. I mean, it could just be that the Fremen are just backstory, right? We already know from what we got to play in the beta test weekend, right, that we do get to see some remnants of recent Fremen history, right? That's one of the things I'm really looking forward to, is diving into that story again. So I guess we'll see. Vibes, I'm assuming that's how you say your name. If not, please feel free to correct me. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. I haven't missed anybody else, right? Okay. All right. Let's see. We're almost to the end of this video.
Spaces in the world are actually spaces where NPCs live.
Yeah.
Right? And so you can't build over the top of NPC camps.
Yeah, there are very
points
few
of
where it's actually caves that you can do that.
Yes.
So.
But you can build like under rock structures and things to make,
You can't actually dig into the terrain to do it.
No.
Igor Litvinovic is asking, is there a solution for gamers who go on vacation and don't want to lose their entire base?
Oh, I see. I'm sorry, you guys that are on YouTube, if you're still there, I'm very sorry that I didn't respond to your chat. I am just getting back into multi-streaming. But John O'Quinn, Mike Pullian, and Gray, 07STL, thank you for dropping by on YouTube. We are downloading. For anybody that doesn't know that is waiting on it, we have apparently finished downloading. Your preloading for Dune Awakening started about 45 minutes ago. So get your preload on if you can. I cannot wait for tomorrow. We've got what? We have 23 hours and 14 minutes now till we can actually push that play button. Super, super, super excited.
Game. I think that goes into the question that we had earlier, but we can go over that.
I mean, we mentioned it, right? Like you can basically have fuel for around. I think you can have basically 3 weeks. Then it's a week before.
Yeah,
everything will sort of start to decay.
Yeah.
So you have about a month. But like I think the
Oh no, I just meant that the preload was available 45 minutes ago. Mine came up pretty quick. I don't know exactly how long it took, but yeah, I'm just saying. It became available as of 45 minutes ago. 40 minutes. I mean, I remember the days of 300 baud modems, you know, back in the Stone Age, when you could literally read ASCII text as it was coming out from the 300 baud modem and still be waiting on words. Koalas do look cute, but you're not the first person that has told me that they can be mean. Yeah, otherwise I'd definitely swap ISP. I'm glad that that's not a problem for me, because to be honest, I don't have a choice for ISP. The only other choice I have for ISP, we're in a small local town. We've got AT&T. Like, I could probably throw a rock and hear the AT&T 1 gig coverage area, but it doesn't hit my street. The only other option that I have available is either satellite, like Frontier style, half a second latency satellite, or Starlink, which I've heard enough horror stories from that I don't want to try playing anything and streaming while on Starlink. So I'm glad my ISP isn't that bad off. Hype for the game. I did play about 27 hours only the beta weekend. I am super excited for it. I mean, we saw some jank, right, Vibes? We saw some jank, but I think they're working on it, and overall, I'm really going to enjoy the hell out of it. I'm very excited for the game. I have not been one that's played a lot of the builder survival style games. Like, I haven't played Rust. I haven't played Ark. I haven't played... there's so many of them now. I haven't played any of those, right? I'm mostly an MMORPG guy. Like, you know, I started with Ultima Online, played Asheron's Call, DOC, Warcraft, Warhammer Age of Reckoning, Conan Exiles. The list goes on and on and on from there. So mostly MMOs. And this is a nice blend. I really enjoyed the building stuff and the exploring and stuff. Any lag or stutters, speed, just remember that and you'll be fine.
That's about the limit we can do.
Yeah.
Right? Because with taxation as well, it's around a month. Yes. The thing is, I don't think people should expect more, because we can't.
Yeah,
really
no, they shouldn't expect
people
more.
Are going to be keeping playing the game. If
I mean, a month is long enough.
But what?
And I mean, let's be honest. Even if you just have one friend who's going to be more active in the game than you, right? They should be able to. You can give them permissions to refuel your generators, right? I'm guessing they can't pay your taxes for you, so you have to do that. I think a month is plenty of time. Because obviously the way that they're looking is that if you abandon your base, it needs to go away, right? Or be claimed, right? Because if the subfief terminal pops and goes away, somebody else can put a subfief down there and claim the base. You just got 5 gig fiber from AT&T? Yeah, I wish. My ISP is a small local ISP that the first 2 years that we lived here, it was just awful with periodic outages. They usually weren't very long, but I'd go for days at a time where I really couldn't connect reliably, not for streaming. It was a nightmare. They did finally upgrade the entire area, but I'm only on 500 gigabits. We don't have 1 gig here, not yet. It's supposed to be coming soon to the rest of the city, so, you know, ideally I'll have fiber by sometime the end of the year, but it's just 200 bucks for 2.5. Jeez. I am jealous. I'm not gonna lie. We're I think 550. It might be 500, 100 now, but that's it. That's what we got. So I don't even have 20% of your internet. Yeah, me too. That said, our infrastructure is much more reliable now because, I mean, I had issues where sometimes I wouldn't be able to stream just to Twitch 720, 30 FPS, where I would get frame drops, right? Right now, I'm streaming, it's the same. It's still just 720, 30 FPS because I'm not a partner. I'm not a Twitch partner or YouTube or Kick for that matter, but I'm streaming to Twitch, YouTube, and Kick, and I'm streaming all of them from my PC, right? I'm not using Restream or any of that kind of nonsense. And I've dropped less than 1% of my frames across all of them. So that's not too bad. That's way better than it was for me just 2 years ago. So. Yeah, upgrade cable to use it. Starlink, you can think of lag as a reduction in stream sniping. I mean, you know, if they had not improved my service here, Starlink would have been the better choice because it was that bad. So thankfully, everything is feeling more solid now. It could be worse though.
Sort of before, is you can get someone else to just fuel your base for you, give them temporary permission if you trust someone. The other thing you can do is you can take a snapshot of your base as a blueprint, and you can store all of these items in the bank, which is by the exchange we talked about earlier. So there's
I forgot about that. I forgot that they said there was a bank, so we can store stuff in the bank, and it should be safe. Okay, that's good to know. So if you've got a badass base that you want to save the blueprint for, make a copy, store it in the bank. I'll have to remember that.
The bank where you can put things, so you can put your best items away, leave the game for a year.
Yeah, I know that Shroud was talking to Joel about making sure that streamer mode was very robust, and Joel seemed very open to that. So I am hoping. Getting your preload and going now, good deal. Yeah, bank does have some permanent inventory slots. That's great. That's good because I totally forgot there even was a bank. Yeah, that relieves me a little bit because I kept thinking it's like, man, I've got assets out here that are in the wild that I don't have any way to be 100% sure of. Like if I decide I need to take a break from Dune for a month because Star Citizen's finally getting good, you know. So, all right, yeah, that's a good deal. Yep, and the streamer mode, I'll definitely be looking at that just as soon as I can. We'll probably see that tomorrow, right at the beginning of the stream. I'll be like hiding my screen until we get it set up. That is definitely a good reason to visit the social hubs. Yeah, the market, the exchange rather, and the bank. Those are going to be important. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, Star Citizen, without getting too big off on a tangent, right? The part of the reason that I backed the project was the fact that it was a bigger project than anybody else had ever undertaken. I mean, the whole notion of essentially your session in Star Citizen is you get up, you're sitting, you log in and you wake up and you get out of your hab bed, right? That's where it starts. And then there are no loading screens, right? Like you get out of the hab, you go through the door, you walk to the elevator, you take the elevator down to this tram station, you walk to the tram, you board the tram, you go to the spaceport, et cetera, right? And you're there for all of it. It's very immersive in the first person sense. There are negatives to that as well. There's a lot of time sinks in the way of starting over right now, not that necessarily that the whole game wipes, but so much as when you log out, you log back in a similar state, unless you bed log in a ship, right? So there's little time sinks that are always kind of chewing on you, and it's still very much an alpha development project. It's buggy, but there's no other experience that's quite like it in the way of a first-person immersive experience. Right now, I'm in a very frustrated place with it because this was a year they told us was going to be the year of playability and stability, and instead it's turned into a year of marketing and monetization, and it makes me angry, right? And there's a single player game that's been developed alongside of or at the leading edge of Squadron 42. They announced a release date for Squadron 42 for next year. And I think Squadron 42 will be a great single player cinematic interactive experience, right? I think it'll be a good game. But the best case scenario is it is a good game. A bunch of people get into Squadron 42 to play it, and then they finish it and they go, I want more of this. And then they learn that Star Citizen, the persistent universe, is there. And they go, okay, I'm going to give this a try. And these regular gamers that come from a complete single player immersive game go into the persistent universe, which is quite often an absolute disaster. And it's going to cripple any further development of the persistent universe. That's my thing about Star Citizen, right? That's why I'm so frustrated with it, because the potential is vast. Anyway, I don't want to get too far in the weeds on that. I think that if anybody who's interested in Star Citizen, only get your starter pack. That's it. Earn the rest of it in game. It'll give you lots of stuff to do. There is gameplay to enjoy, but do not throw money at it. Don't do it. Don't do it. My whole thing with Star Citizen now is no new money. Hashtag no new money until the game is a game, because it's a kind of disconnected collection of game experiences at present. Anyway, whatever. Like I said, I didn't want to get too far in the weeds with that. This is part of the reason I'm super excited about Dune, because it's a whole game. It's a polished experience, and there will undoubtedly be bugs and glitches and little things that are irksome. But as somebody coming from Star Citizen, unfortunately, I've kind of been brainwashed in that regard, that that's normal. So anything that's a problem in this game, it'll have to be really, really awful for it to faze me at all. Because it's like, well, it's better than Star Citizen. That's what's going to be playing in my head. If there's a problem, I'll be like, oh, well, I've experienced this 10 times over in SC. So we'll see. And the 27 hours that I played was amazing. Amazing. Yeah, there you go. It's the same kind of thing, right? Same kind of thing. And of course, to complicate the whole Star Citizen situation, CIG had to build a company, right? And then adapt/build an engine, right? And then figure out how to do all of this stuff. And then they decided, oh, well, that really wasn't working. And they did it all over again several times. So there's the whole big controversy of, oh, well, they've collected more than $800 million, blah, 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 blah. But they've also built a company and decided that they did it wrong the first time several times and rebuilt. So it all is what it is. When Conan Exiles had a bug they can never fix, where interacting with the furnace burns up all the fuel and insta-processes all of your furnace mats. Oh, God. There's always bugs. We know there will be bugs. And I mean, even though they've had a beta for a while now, right? And an open beta test weekend, kind of a stress test. It's going to be a whole other exponential increase in stress on the entirety of the system when it goes live tomorrow. So I expect there'll be some issues. I expect there'll be some queue stuff. I hope there won't be tons and tons and tons of killer queues for people, because waiting to play sucks. Can't replicate. Oh, God, no. You just triggered my PTSD. That's the thing with Star Citizen, right? Constantly, we make issue council reports, and way too often the stuff gets archived. We could not replicate this in our internal test servers, which just makes me want to scream. We don't play in your internal test servers. If you want to replicate it, carry your ass into the live game, because you will see it 100% of the time. Cannot replicate. No, that kills me. Oh, man. And Ginger is unhappy because Mommy's still out on the deck. Sorry about the chirp, chirp, bark, bark, bark. Little Ginger.
You won't have your base when you come back, but you'll still have the blueprints for that base, and you can place it out and start from basically where you were, keeping your stuff at the tier that you were at. And the character will be persistent, just like in any sort of online multiplayer game, any kind of MMO. Your character will still be level 70 or whatever. So if you go for a long vacation and go away from the game for a long time with a little bit of preparation, you can come back and be on your feet again pretty quickly. But if you want to go away for more than 4 weeks, yeah, it's going to be hard for us to like make sure that everything stays without any decay. And obviously that would lead to servers becoming really cluttered as well. So we have to be,
absolutely.
We have to make sure that the game continues to flow for everyone else as well.
Yeah, and the bank, as mentioned, it does fit quite a lot of items, right? And you can also bank your Solari, your currency in there, which also further allows you to push ahead once you come back. So you don't have to struggle through the progression as you normally would.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think they've done a fine job. This is trying to roll over into another video. I think they've done a fine job of allowing for players to take time out if they need to. I mean, let's be real. If you decide to stop playing a game for a month, you're probably not really worried about whether your base is still there. But given the bank, which I'm glad that everybody talked about it and they talked about it too, is you could store all your excess gear, you could store materials there. If he says that there's quite a lot of room in the bank, you could definitely take enough stuff and take it to the bank and have yourself set for when you come back, even if you have to build your base from scratch. To be honest, to me, part of it would be if I decided to take a break from the game for a month, I probably kind of want a fresh start anyway. So maybe I don't want to lose my character progression, but I might want to build a new base that's completely different anyhow. Unused player assets sounds, yes, exactly. Yeah, server space is at a premium. It doesn't make sense to keep all of that stuff lingering. But moreover, what I don't want to see is I don't want to be running around in the desert near my base and there's 25 other bases in the zone and only 3 of them are active, right? I don't want to see that. I would much rather there only be 3 bases in the neighborhood and all the inactive stuff all be worn out and gone. It's worth noting that when a base is abandoned, you can deconstruct the pieces of a base that's left. Once the sub-fief is gone and it's not claimed, anybody can destroy those walls, as an example. And I am pretty sure that you get the refund on the stone for doing that. So abandoned bases are also a way to gather resources. If I'm wrong, please correct me, somebody that knows for sure, because I'm not 100% sure that's the case, but I believe it is, right? So people that leave furniture, people that leave walls, all that stuff. Because I'm pretty sure, like I said, that I took over a base when I started on the second server with my friends and all of that, and went and destroyed the excess walls and built new ones. If it's unlocked and timed out, right? If there's no sub-fief, then yeah, you can definitely drop yours and take over, which is definitely a way to save some resources on your first base. Because I think all the mission requirement is that you place a fief, and then you do have to place X number of walls, X number of foundation, X number of ceiling tiles, I think. But it's like, I think as long as it's 2x3 squares, it's plenty big enough. Loading up bases with huge amounts of lighting and honeycombing it makes the oh god, yeah, you definitely don't want a situation where people can tank a server by overloading it with resources. That's no fun. That's no fun at all. All right, I tell you what, I need to, man, I don't really have a plan for other stuff to do today. But let's do this. I need another cup of coffee. I need to buy a break, and I need to check on the shield main. So let me take a break here for a few minutes, and I will be right back. We're going to do this, and we're going to do this over here because I cannot stand dead air. So I'm going to get me some coffee and check on the wife, and I'll be back in just a few minutes, y'all. right, I has returned. I have more coffee. I think what I'm actually going to do is I have not watched. Shroud had an interview with Joel where he asked some questions. I think a lot of those are probably going to be they're going to be PvP / Deep Desert related, because I saw just a tiny bit of it, but I didn't see the whole thing. I'm going to check that out because I expect there'll be a lot of good information in there that I just haven't got to see yet. Oh, good God, that is not what I typed. Look in YouTube. Where's the interview? Yeah, this is the one. How long is this? Okay, it's not terribly long, but we'll check that out. All right. Mocha pot? No, I have not. I've done some cold press. Usually, to be honest, I get to be kind of lazy and there's mostly drip. Mocha pot? Espresso like brew? Steam pressure. Huh. Yeah, I'll have to have a look. I'm always game to try coffee in a different way too. I do love me some coffee. I need to get the, we've got a cold brew, it's not a pitcher, it's a big jar, that I have actually not taken back out since, well shoot, since I think it was Thanksgiving was when I was cleaning counter space. But I'll have to pull that back out to try it again as well too, because I like the cold brew aspect that it kind of brings an extra chocolatey sense to the coffee. Although then I wind up having to heat it up because I'm not a fan of iced coffee or anything. I like my coffee hot. All right, let's see. Let's do this thing here. Let's pause the wonderful Dune music. It's just borrowed from the game, by the way. This is the one that's been playing most recently. Is the main theme, and the one that it alternates with occasionally, I think, is from the character creator, or maybe it's the other way around. I don't remember now. But let's check this out. Let's see. I don't know where I'm going to be. I think he keeps everybody on the left there for the most part, but I want to see what all he asks and see what kind of answers we get, because I want all the information. How you doing, Garnet? Good to see you. All right, let's do that. And this is Shroud. You guys, I'm sure know who he is if you watch streamers, and since you're watching me, you must. But he spent some time in the beta weekend, and after the end of the beta weekend, I think he had an opportunity like a couple of other people did. I watched Co-Carnage's video the other day too, where he asked some questions and got some answers from the devs directly. It's nice to be the king, right? Good to be the king if you're a big streamer. Canadian version called Grosh, doing free engravings for US and Canadian residents. Huh. All right. Well, let's see. Let me drop that in a tab too, so I can check that out as well. That's how I remember these things these days. I pop open a tab and browser to remember to look later, because CRS is real. Having a pretty good day. We got our preload for Dune done. We're ready to go. Now we just need to wait another 22 hours and 44 minutes, and then we can push the play button.
Could you guys give yourself a little introduction to the stream so people can know you better?
Go, Alex. No. Okay.
Hi, I'm Ole Andreas.
Pull that volume down just a smidge.
So working closely with Scott, who was on the stream earlier, and the production team. which are great, and the rest of the team in delivering the launch version of the game. That's been my main responsibility now. So yeah, that's me.
Same here, Bare Metal.
Hi, Ola. Hey. Yeah, so my name's Alexander Shimoko. I am a, what's the title? Expert designer. at the
What's my
company.
title?
Realistically, it means I've just been here for a long time and I wear many hats. The latest hat has been the running the combat team. How long has it been now? Like 16 years of Funcom, along those lines. Yeah. So it's been a hot second. It's been good. It's been
Wow.
Good. It's been
See,
good fun.
that's what I'm
So
talking about,
you're a
man. These
of
guys have been
many
around for a
titles,
long
and I was
time.
told you're the lead combat designer. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. Like
Yeah.
I run the combat team as the product owner, which essentially means the decision making, the direction. That is, the directors have a vision for the game, and that vision is translated to mathematics experiences and everything else that needs to be made together to make a game. And then that's actualized
30
by the
slots,
line
okay.
developments.
That's probably a good thing,
Okay.
though.
And then here's an important
We don't
question.
hoard too
Are
hard.
you guys sporting normal shoes or toe shoes like Joel?
I'm barefoot. I'm standing on a standing mat right now.
Nice. I love that.
Your fancy slippers, man. Yes.
That was
Slippers, yeah.
My whole stream was sitting there trying to
The
figure out
gopher
what
guy.
Joel was wearing, and the fact that he showed that is hilarious. Okay, well, this is perfect because I do want to talk about combat, and I know my stream wants to talk about combat too. So I do have a set of questions, which I'm going to refer to, but I'm also going to just like randomly sometimes throw in a curveball that might seem like interesting. Yeah, just like that's just kind of the way I think we're going to do this, just because, I don't know, it'll feel more authentic, and like chat has some really good questions, and we're probably not going to get through them all at all. But to kind of start us off, question for you both is, were you guys on the team working on Conan, or are you guys here for Dune?
I wasn't. I came on board for Dune, but Alex, you can explain.
I was, yeah. So I was on Conan when Conan was a first-person survival game trying to figure out what it's trying to be. And I was the
Early days.
I helped make about maybe 85% of the combat system, not the the heavy mathematics of the code side, right? Because I don't know if you had a chance. A lot of Conan is based on 4.16, if I remember right, or 4.14 Unreal, and it's very much blueprint driven. So there was a lot of good learnings, a lot of good very rapid iterations.
That was going to be my question. Like, what was like? That's why I want to ask you guys if you worked on it, because like I was a huge fan of Conan. Obviously, Conan had a little bit of a shaky start, but now if you look at Conan now, it's fantastic, right? So I wanted to ask, like, what is something that you learned from Conan that you kind of put into Dune? Like, what did you learn along that way that really helped shape Dune?
I'm going to do this from the gameplay aspect of it. There's like a whole bunch of production side. I think Ula can take care of that. But for me personally, from the perspective of gameplay and what players like to do in relation to the fantasy, in relation to how they play the game, what they want to do with their friends and so on, melee games that also have elements of shooting are extremely, extremely difficult. Conan, at its very core, is a game of melee.
I believe.
But also it has elements of shooting. And it never truly landed on a balance that I think people can be comfortable with, in terms of like, it's fair for people that like to shoot and it's fair for people that like to melee. It was.
I think Dune has the advantage of the Holtzman shields,
so it was
right?
Something that we're honestly
that helps
really
to balance that gameplay a lot in Dune, in my
with the
brief
narrative that it
experience.
has, with the Holtzman shields,
Yes.
and the opportunity that it presents, gave us almost the perfect narrative vehicle and the perfect narrative frame in which to design to actually address that problem in a much better way than we possibly could have, given if we had the Conan intellectual property all over again.
Dope. And question for the producer here, and this is more of a dev question for me, and for maybe any devs in the chat, like, how does the producer, like, how does your two jobs kind of like mix together? Like, how does the producer work with the lead combat designer? You know?
I would say it's very much a yin to a yang, don't you think, Alex? So
yes, you can be my yang any day.
so Alex comes to me and it says, "Oh, I want to do this," but it's like 1
Filled
week
my
until we
bank
lock
with
the
nothing
game,
but spice.
or 1 week until we lock the
30
version.
slots
And
of
I'm like,
spice.
"Oh, but can you really though? Show me, break it down, show me the estimates, show me the actual, like, this is something I can deliver, and then maybe we'll be able to get it in." But my job in the end, or a producer's job in the end, is to try and make the game possible to deliver. So if we see something, or the designers or the developers are calling out something that they want to do, and it doesn't fit, our job is to make sure that that's surfaced and that's dealt with, so that we can deliver in the end a holistic experience. And yeah, I would say Alex and me are a good duo in that sense. He's very pushy. He wants to get things in. I like Alex because he likes to make the game better.
I feel like
So,
that's you know, as designers do, you know, they're trying to design, right? And you, Alex, you talked about a meta, so that kind of like is going to be an interesting question for Dune here. Is, do you expect well, a couple questions actually. Do you expect there to be a Dune meta? Question one, and then question two is, do you expect that meta to shift seasonally as you produce more updates and, you know,
Meta's always surface, man.
So if we define the word meta as effective ways to play, I would say yes and yes, because there is naturally, in some areas, there's naturally more effective ways to play, right, than other ways. You could obviously be putting yourself in a more challenging situation if you choose not to use a Holtzman.
Yeah.
We don't stop you from using a Holtzman shield, but in some cases, you can get away with it. In other cases, it's just more difficult than it ought to be. Therefore, generally speaking, players will naturally lean towards cost-effective paths of least resistance. So yes, there will be a meta, and yes, we'll try to make sure there's not one meta, but there's many varieties, and that they are as, I don't want to say balanced, but asynchronous. What's that word? Asynchronously balanced against each other as possible, where you have shooting on one hand, in some effect.
Yeah, spices on the surface of the planet. We have what they call spice blows, right? Where you will you'll see a bubbling kind of purplish mass sitting on the surface of the sands, right? If you see that, get away from it. Because what's going to happen is, over a period of time, and I don't know how long it takes, you have a spice blow, which is a massive explosion that geysers up into the atmosphere. I mean, it's very tall. You'll be able to see it from miles away. I don't know exactly how far away the rendering is on it, but I'd be willing to bet you could probably see it between maybe even the whole deep desert. I know the deep desert's pretty huge, but any of the regular zones for sure, right? It's gigantic. And then as it settles down, you wind up with this kind of purple spice that's all over the sand. And you gather it up and you collect it. And there are vehicles to do that with. There's the harvester. And in a smaller scale, you can scoop it up by hand, or you can use what they call a sand compactor. And that gathers it into a chunk to pick up. But that's how you gather spice. Right? Now, the biggest spice blows are going to be in the deep desert. And that's where the open PvP is. And presumably, those spice blows are massive. And it's an awful lot of spice if you can get your harvester down on the sand and collect it all before the worms come and attack. Because while you're on the sand, you'll be attracting worms. If it's in the little PvE area, it'll be whichever the local worm is. So it's just one. And the worms, of course, can be distracted by other players on the sand or a thumper. That kind of thing. I don't know what all spices is as far as I have been immediately aware of. You get spice infused metals, right? Alloys, and that's how you build unique equipment and devices and stuff, right? I know there's spice infused foods that help to charge up your spice meter. I don't know what the technical name is for it, but once you get to that point in a story, you get a kind of a pinkish bar in the center of your screen. And the more you're exposed to the spice, like even just running around on a spice field or consuming the spice foods, it fills your meter. And then once your meter's full, you can trigger the prescience, which essentially buffs your abilities and gives you some extra juice so that you can do more damage. And then after that period of prescience passes, and I think it's at least 5 minutes, right? Then you suffer from withdrawal and you can have hallucinations. But also, the more spice you use, at least within a short period of time, the more spice that you have to consume to fill that bar. I'm not entirely sure whether that is a cooldown thing, right? I haven't seen any specific information. Like if I take a whole bar of spice and then fill up again with spice foods and then take a whole nother bar of spice as soon as I can, then I'm going to need more spice to fill that third bar. But if I wait 3 days to use spice again, are we back down to the basic amount of spice that you needed from the first bar? I'm kind of curious about that. It is. Spice is a drug, but it also augments. I mean, that's how the Guild Navigators have manipulated their DNA is with spice, and it's definitely a drug for all manner of uses in the books, right? In the game, it's more directly, it relates to us as a way to fill that spice meter, in which case it is a drug, right? Because it makes you more powerful, and it has side effects. And then also you can use it to create the alloys to build building craft special tools and gear. So it's a valuable commodity. I think that water will probably be the commodity that you have to work to keep enough of, right? Because every time you go to make an ore bar, right, or rather an ingot, whatever they call it, I forget now. It's because there's raw ore and then there's, I think they are ingots. You need water. So if you make copper, you need water. If you need iron, you need water. If you need steel, you need more water on top of the iron. Same thing for aluminum and duraluminum, I expect, right? Not to mention you need water. But I think spice is going to be the most valuable commodity. As a Bene Gesserit, you would almost certainly never use such, snorts the line of Melange. Exactly. Dune, desert drug lords with monsters. Sounds so cool.
Some combinations of melee can counter it, other combinations of shooting can counter that. In group play, things goes completely out of the window, and then you have Ornithopters flying by doing dive bombing tactics. Right? So
Yeah, I
things will
mean,
change.
I'm actually just going off my questions here because now we're talking PvP a little bit. So this is a question that I kind of just came up with right now is for me personally, how
DLC drug
in your
lords.
head have you already determined how deep desert PvP is going to play out between ground infantry, between ornithopters, assault in the sky, carriers, sand crawlers? Have you already played that out in your head, or are you more so giving the players the tools and you're going to let the players kind of create their own sandbox and figure it out from there?
So the answer is yes, we have a theoretical model of how things are going to play out, just based on raw limitations, right? Like there's 100 people per grid. We're going to split it between two factions, so that's 50, including soft caps. That's going to be about maybe 40 maximum per faction. If you count in guild sizing, which is 36 per side, then that gives you an even lower limit. So there's an automatic number scale there. 4-person to party, meaning that our Ornithopter combat probably should be balanced around 4 people, because you ought to be able to see each other as you dive bomb the same target. So there's a natural numbering, a natural flow, a combination of
Multiple trips.
That
Definitely
can only be in the
trippy.
same space, but can realistically interact.
See, he
with
just
each other
said
in a
36
meaningful
per
way,
group,
right?
but that's per
I
guild. That's
think,
not right.
very
It's actually
recently
32.
We only got the friend or foe identifiers on your party mates. Eventually, they'll also go to
Yeah.
vehicles, and all of a sudden, you can see like, oh hey, there's Jon Snow, there's Batman. We're about to dive bomb this building over here, and us from the point of view of designing and balancing the TTK time to live.
No, I think it's
Do we
32
want
is
to
what
say
they
that,
told
hey,
us.
It takes a group of
Essentially
4
8
Ornithopters,
groups.
one flyby with a full dump of rockets to down that target, or is it 2? Or is it 1.5? Or is it 3? And then is that then fun, right? So we have a rough understanding of, we feel that most combat's going to be happening in vehicles, especially aerial vehicles, until it devolves into the ground fighting, where people try to egress into base, then egress out again once they've found their loot. Obviously, because it's such a big space, there are some things that simply cannot be, well, they could be theory crafted out, but realistically, past a certain point, it doesn't make sense. So we need to give players the space to tell us how it's actually going to play also, so that we can proceed to back and forth co-op dev is a big word here, back and forth co-op dev to land the experience where everyone is happy, because the game is meant to be an approachable sandbox on a sandy planet. We need to find a place where everyone theoretically can enjoy the experience, whether you're solo or whether you're running a 36-man crew trying to control all of the North Deep Desert.
Just gonna quickly add something. You said 36 players per guild. It's 32.
misspeak?
Just like,
I'm sorry,
just
I
a correction.
apologize.
Yeah, stuff's
And I
changing
think-
all the time.
Yeah. But I think the word intentions is like there's design intentions, right, from the designers, and they're going to be tested when we meet.
Yeah, this is true. This is not brand new. This is from 6 days ago, right? So it's relatively new, but we do know that they started working on balance immediately after the beta weekend. So some stuff got tweaked. Plus, the closed beta tests have been running since then as well. So we don't know exactly how the numbers are going to play out. And personally, I feel like ornithopters are only going to be so useful as far as air-to-ground attacks, right? Against vehicles, probably. But it looked to me like ornithopters get rocket launchers, right? And since we have the whole thing where we have mentats instead of computers, we don't have computer-assisted aiming. I don't know if there's crosshairs on the ornithopters or not. But I do wonder how easy it will be, for example, to try and kill people with an ornithopter when your target's on foot. You know, a ground vehicle is going to be a slightly larger target, a much larger target depending on the ground vehicle. So I really want to see how all this plays out. Plus the heavies, we know that they get some kind of, bazooka type weapon and all of that. The ground vehicles can have turrets. So obviously ornithopters have the advantage of being able to choose their position in the combat. But that's true. It is true that, it's just like I could put a piece of tape on my screen and put a crosshair on it, right? But most monitors do have, I can just go turn a crosshair on. But, I'm not really considering that so much as the intent, right? I just, because hopefully, part of where I'm coming from is Star Citizen, right? Because Star Citizen ground vehicles they're awful. They are terrible. Especially when it comes from the whole trying to balance them between being on foot and being in the air. Ground vehicles are trash in Star Citizen, and I'm desperately hoping that's not the case with Dune. Right, so that's part of why I worry. But I do think that the nature of the way that they've set stuff up so far, I think, because it's not like we've got, at least I have not seen any indicator that we have bunches of ornithopters flying around with very precise projectile weapons that are specifically there for killing ground troops, right? They do seem much more anti-vehicle and anti-material. So, scrap Citizen.
Launch, and that's where we need to also react and adapt, and that's going to be interesting for us because we have seen this in the beta that we run, but when we let everyone,
and part of what they're talking about here makes me super happy, right? Because both of these guys are giving every indication that if they set things up at launch and it looks like there's a real balancing issue, they're immediately going to try and resolve it. And that's going to be important because, again, we're going to get the first really large-scale exposure from Funcom to the public tomorrow, right? Moving through into the 10th, we'll see them population numbers climb. And that is when they're really going to see, in the first week to 2 weeks, when everything is really hot and heavy, how balanced is the game. Right, and if Funcom is nimble and agile and responsive, I think everything will go pretty well. If they're sluggish like some other developer, CIG, then things could get really rough. But
in on this,
oh yeah,
they're going to find some new metas, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of going to be my next question here, and this is you kind of touched on it a little bit. But I'm curious what your take is going to be here. Obviously, you have closed beta test, and you can test that to a certain limit, but the true limit is going to be unlocked when it goes live. So when the server goes live, I play games like this all the time. This is like one of my favorite genres of all time, which is why I'm just looking forward to this game so freaking much. The one thing that ends up being a complete disaster, and it's in every single game, every single time, is I call it the Red Baron. Are you familiar with Red Baron? No. Okay.
I'm thinking about the quest out of Witcher 3. I don't think so.
I would have laughed if you guys knew what the Red Baron was. Okay, so the Red Baron is basically a large clan that dominates these kinds of games, and they dominated in Atlas, they dominated in Last Oasis, and they basically join a game like this to take over the server in terms of 200-300 players.
Oh, I got you.
So it's basically a giant Zerg, and I mean a coordinated Zerg. Not just like, oh, 300 people figure it out. No. These guys, they've been doing this a long time. They do it to every single game. So how I said, you touched on this before, you said each grid only has 100 players. So that's kind of like a soft way of dealing with it. But the general question is, how are you going to deal with a Zerg of 200 to 300 coordinated players taking over the deep desert?
So the short answer of it is that there are factions. You are either a Atreides or Harkonnen. That 100 pop limit is going to be split. If you imagine the deep desert, it's 3x3, right? Each of those, if I remember, Ola, correct me please if I get
This
something wrong.
is interesting
Each of
and very
those is
relevant.
100 each for a total cap of 300 in the whole deep desert. So if you jam pack, and assuming that we don't do login buffer, log out buffer, assuming you jam all of that, at maximum 3 squares can be locked out in terms of population. Those 3 squares are still split across the 2 factions, right? So if we say our tech, the server tech, gets good enough to run a 100-man square with good efficiency where people can play and not frame like crazy, assuming people don't play like from the bottom of the planet all the way to the top of the planet at 250, 500 ms, it's probably doable. Where we will split it on factions so that if you're playing Harkonnen, you don't get to be friends with Atreides. There's no support infrastructure to prevent that. Like some of the feedback we were getting as well from the internal persistent beta that we have running was that we at a moment had friendly fire mechanics toned down for guild on guild fire. And the player feedback was that you guys are making this too easy because we can just AoE spam down everything. So think about it, right? And we did. We pulled that back. So right now the only friendly fire mechanics we have is on party. So even if you are a 32-man guild, only your party members are not
What?
taking
Harkonnen can't be friends with the
ancillary
Atreides.
damage from
Refund.
random stuff going bang. This is really for us to make sure that when you're PvEing together, you can kind of sword fight and not mash your friends with the back of the blade every time you swing in. But in a guild on guild situation, assuming you have full 32-man stacks next to each other, you will still have to coordinate your fire, not to have everything exploding constantly on top of each other. We need to see how that plays out to really know if we want to force more players to split out harder. There are ways to do it. Some of them are more heavy-handed than others. We need to see how people play. But essentially, to go back to the question,
They have some plans. That makes me happy to hear.
Population count will be split between. This is not like an EVE population system where it's an unlimited. There is a soft faction. We actually have hard factions that you can switch between, but there's a cooldown time between going between them, and the slots will be allocated to a faction. Therefore, yes, you can, but in theory, the opposing faction ought to have enough slots that allows them to go in and challenge whoever's locking down the grid. Yes, big guilds will be advantaged. I used to play online from 04 to about.
I believe they're
2014,
extra concerned about this kind of thing.
Super caps on people's faces and making sure they.
Now, what I will say, and he may address it, so I don't want to talk over him too much, but what I am, and I can see it in Shroud's eyes, like I know what he's thinking is like, if they've got 300 players and they want to come to take over the deep desert, they're going to have to be clans anyway, right? Because you're going to have 10 guilds to field 300 players. 10 guilds. There's no reason that 5 of those guilds can't be Harkonnen and 5 of those guilds be Atreides, right? So they could still fill the deep desert and dominate it in a server, because since they have to essentially have meta communications anyway, right? This organized Red Baron guild is probably going to be on Discord, right? Whether they're all in one Discord channel or they're just organizing through Discord chat, right? Although they could apparently just use the area chat once they take over, right? So that's still a potential concern. However, it is kind of turned into, okay, so you've essentially accomplished establishing your own private server for the deep desert. Seems like it would be kind of boring, and that kind of effort would lose interest relatively quickly, because if you don't have any resistance, what's the point in the PvP combat? You know what I'm saying? So I think it'll self-police itself to some degree. You're going to see some of this kind of behavior in the early days of the game, and Funcom apparently is willing to work on adjusting stuff to minimize this kind of behavior. But I think it'll kind of self-police itself out, right? Because they'll do it for a month and go, okay, that was fun, but it's boring. I'm done. Right? Yeah. And yeah, on that front, the private servers that you can rent that are going to start tomorrow, you'll be able to choose to rent a private server. The deep desert will be shared amongst however many private servers are going to be in the worlds, right? So they're not completely private, but they're not connected to the public servers either, which I'm glad for, because I don't think it would be appropriate for me to rent a private server and be able to do all the PvE content in the Haga Basin, right? Essentially unobstructed except by NPCs. No, there would be nobody to compete with me if I rented my own private server, my own private Haga Basin, right? And didn't let anybody else play in it. I'd be able to max out everything that I can in that area and then go to the deep desert. And to be running into people in the deep desert who are coming from a public server that still have all of the regular competition from the public server. So I'm glad they're going to segregate it in that way. I do think it's cool that they're doing private servers, because there are some people that are going to be mostly interested in essentially just playing with their friends. And then when they go to the deep desert, they'll probably be playing with and against people who have a similar attitude, right? And then some of them will have PvP and some of them won't. But that's fine. That's all private server land. They can do what they want there. And so we'll see how that plays out. But this kind of deal where he's like, the dude up there in the top is totally on, we are all ready to try this. We're ready to try that. We will hammer the shit out of it if it needs to be hammered the shit out of. We hope it doesn't, so that they can kind of do soft limits, but hard limits being ready to be applied as needed. That makes me happy to hear, because I don't want to see the game turn into a lol fest.
Take Alt F4 out of the game. So this is absolutely something that we try to control and make a good of an experience.
Yeah, and absolutely the PvE content is going to be super important, even to the end game PvPers.
It's going to be a challenge, of course, and we'll need to watch that, and we need to basically react and address it as it if it happens. But as you say, as Alex said, there's some mechanics in the game that is meant, and we talked about it a little bit in this dev stream as well from Joel, are meant to mitigate that. For example, friendly fire being one of them. Then also, you don't really have.
Well, no, the private server will progress the player in their world, right? I mean, they'll be able to go do their thing, but I mean, it's not like I can level up to max and have all of these resources assigned and store them, and then go over to a public server and have an advantage because I didn't have anybody to compete with me, right? I mean, it's a world. You're not going to be able to change worlds. You can change which Haga Basins you visit, and eventually there will probably be transfers, but will they let you transfer from a private world to a public world? I expect no, at least not in the early days, right? Because I want people to be able to do their own thing. I mean, there will be people that would probably say, look, if I could play a single player version of this, I would. And they would just hope for more PvE NPCs to be a challenge in the deep desert. And I can understand that mentality if somebody really enjoys the single player game. But for the people who want to play the more MMO-esque experience, they shouldn't have to compete with somebody because they're willing to chuck $50 a month at a private server so that they don't have to compete with anybody else to gather the resources and the unique schematics, etc. Right? So all of that, it's definitely going to be a different economy for some Haga Basins than it would be from the public ones. That would be the only thing that I'm worried about there. So we'll see how all of that interacts in the long run. But the main thing that makes me happy is just that they have a plan. That and the fact that they said private servers soon, and then they went, hey, a couple of days later, boom, there you go. We're going to have them at launch. I think that's a big deal. Yeah, the social hubs too. Marketplace, Overland Map. Yeah, that's also, it's all shared, but it's shared by the private server people for the people that are on private servers. It'd be totally separate from the public world servers. I will be curious to see, because somebody will dive in and talk about it, but I'll be curious to see what kind of economies shape up on the private worlds, right, as compared to the public worlds. Because it kind of feels like resources would be much more available if there are a lot of private servers, because, each individual has less competition. But I guess we'll see. Yeah, exactly. How fast they came out is like they're ready to do it. Boom. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Have friendly markers on guilds. They're only limited to a party. So it will require an extreme amount of coordination. I'm sure some people will have the time or the energy to do that. But then in addition, every world will have a max. They will have a number of sieges, right? It's a number of Haga basins, which has a cap. So at some point you will, you will meet a limit of if you're trying to serve something and you're 800 people, then you're gonna just have fun on your own.
Yeah, apologies for the heavy hitting questions, but like this, like we just kind of went down.
This is why we live for this shit.
Yeah,
these questions are literally the best.
Yeah, like we went kind of down this rabbit hole because like this is the part that really interests me and my community is kind of the deep desert and everything around it.
Yeah.
So to kind of, I'm going one step deeper. So if there's a cap of 100 or so players, would that mean if someone's trying to enter that grid, that sector, they're now in?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how much dev time is in. The videos that I've watched made it sound like it's more like 5 to 6 years from word go. But I don't know if that's just because the people that are involved in making the videos, that's when they got involved, or if there was planning and theory crafting and storyboarding or pitch ideas or whatever years before. Is entirely likely that that's the case. But it sounds like hardcore devs started between 5 and 6 years ago, just based on what the dev team has said in these videos, in the live streams. Which, part of the reason that 12 years is being tossed out is because the community that I'm coming from Star Citizen, the Kickstarter for Star Citizen was 2012, right? It's what year now? 2025. So first beta was access November, so 2023, some 2019. Yeah. So 5, 6 years, which is, that's a fair amount of dev time. It's not as much as some games, but it's not as large a scope as some games. It's a different level of realism. I mean, GTA 6 has been in development for a long ass time too, right? Long time. GTA 5 took a significant amount of time to develop too, but it's a different level of environment when it comes to creation as well. I mean, the desert is a desert, a city is a city, but it's all good. To be honest, at this point, I'm definitely much more worried on this side of the launch, since it's fixing to be tomorrow, is how responsive and reactive are there now if there are problems? Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a bunch of money. Doesn't make Star Citizen sound as odd when you compare it to that title, but, setting aside.
In a queue? What does it look like when you're entering?
Exactly. So, Ula, do you want to take this? Because I think you know
Yeah,
more
well-
about this than I do.
Yeah, this
So
is
they're not
definitely
in
one of
a-
those things
in a
people
queue
worry
per
about.
se. So you're talking about hypothetical that probably will happen in some edge cases. I'm
Yeah.
sure there will be maybe an edge case where this happen, but this is something that we're gonna. We have some ideas on mechanics even that can prevent this, and I can talk a little bit more about those that we can deploy. But for a grid where it's a player limit of 100, and as Alex said, right now the max limit on Deep Desert will be 300. At launch, we're still discussing if we want to adjust that. If you max out a grid, essentially, we have a lore reason for it, but there will be put down basically shield walls to limit any entering and exiting to a full server. Sorry, any entering to full server, I mean. So, and then the limit of 300 is to avoid being able to be locked out, right? Because you have to enter and exit through the south end of it. Obviously, if you really want to, maybe there is somebody who might be able to find ways to really make this painful. But then again, we can apply different world mechanics that can mitigate this. For example, in a crowded zone or in a crowded server, we can apply some additional sandstorms to make sure that we make it really hard, or additional, basically gameplay mitigations to make sure that it hurts to be a Zerg and try and populate massively group in a...
Okay, that totally fascinates me, the notion that they're talking about actually altering the game environment if it proves to be a problem when too many players are in a given zone for the wrong reasons or for inappropriate reasons. The notion of them popping off a sandstorm to scatter the players. Okay, that's really interesting to me. I'll be curious to see if that happens. Wow.
in a certain location.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's actually, I didn't even think about that, but that's a really good idea. Like imagine a grid is capped and it's a fight that just has been going on for so long, just forcing a sandstorm to happen.
Tornadoes chasing the
will
Helldivers
really
across
shake
the
it up
map.
because
Yeah.
now people are gonna have to fly out. Some people might stay in because there might be loot to be had. Some people need to pull their sand crawlers out. That's super interesting. So would that mean if you say that kind of the Emperor kind of puts up a grid, would that mean from a third person perspective you can see the grid and you can tell that there's a 100-player fight happening in that sector?
If you go close enough, not super close, but if you go close enough, you will see the grid. Yes, you will see that it's locked down basically.
Interesting. In a way, that's actually really
Along with the worm chasing
good.
everyone, yeah.
I feel like
They have dynamic elements that
real
fit the
combat
lore,
desert,
which is really
because
nice.
let's assume you have a 32 guild. You're going to go in, you're going to do your spice operation, and that's already 32 people in one grid. They might come in with, let's say they come in with 70, right? Chances are another guild might come in. It might be a three situation where they actually, the Red Baron won't come all in, right? Somebody else is going to come in with their guild. There'll be like 20 people, and then they might come in with their 30, 40 or whatever, and then boom, it's capped out, and now you just duke it out. That's actually a really good way to kind of solve that. So honestly,
And then in
you answered my
addition, you have
questions.
the friendly fire and the friendly markers, and then
Yeah.
we can put the gameplay mechanics on top of that to punish the or not punish necessarily, but make it
Incentivize the opposition.
Incentivize, yeah.
yes, and make it more difficult to crowd control an area.
Yeah, I mean, you answered so many questions too, in the sense of like, if you want to talk about server performance, it's gonna
I
be
could
long, so then
definitely
you won't
see
have to
that,
deal with,
Joel,
like,
yes.
With these other games,
That's
when people
funny.
would come in and there would be no cap, they'd come in and it
The
would flag out,
Helldivers
server's not
parallel
gonna
there
happen
is
'cause the
real.
grid's locked down, and now you're just in a battlefield. And
The
you gotta
dungeon
finish this
master
out,
ready
get
to
the heck
dish out punishment.
That's the idea. Yes.
That's
So we tried
that's
to think
perfect.
about this. Yeah.
Obviously, you're working with the technical boundaries that you have, right? In a perfect world, everything would be seamless, but it's, not a perfect world.
You know what
tech
part-
doesn't exist in any
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
If I click the right window, maybe it would actually pause. Part of what's fascinating about this is them having this conversation about how they would try and intervene if necessary, right? Because the game environment becomes inappropriate. I don't even necessarily want to use any negative connotations, but just that there's some kind of a problem. I remember back in the days of Ultima Online when you had live GMs monitoring the server the shard at that time to make sure that there wasn't a problem. And if there was, the GM would pop in and take care of it, right? It would be so good to see that mentality come back to large-scale multiplayer games, right? Because for so often they've become toxic cesspools, and that's small-scale multiplayer and large-scale multiplayer, because we live in a world now where everybody just feels like they can spout off their opinion with the most caustic, toxic, vitriolic words possible, right? And they can act like the biggest trolls they want everywhere. I mean, I'm talking about IRL in addition to online. And nobody holds them accountable, right? Or nobody holds them accountable in a way that matters. So it's gotten really bad. You know, I mean, real life examples, you see these idiots that come running down the street and punch somebody out, right? Somebody like that needs to be, the law needs to be enforced, and it needs to be done in a serious way so that people stop behaving that way. In these games, it should be much easier, but they don't even police their chat anymore. You can literally, all of these games out here now, you can see the most ridiculously, obviously offensive, abusive, hate speech filled conversations going on and on and on and on and on, and it feels like nobody even gets a suspension for it, right? And it used to be, if you behave that way, some WoW dev, or not WoW dev, but WoW moderator or somebody like that in Ultima Online was just gonna boot your ass. Yeah, I mean, you know, now granted, it is expensive to keep live eyes on a server. So I understand that it's not practical in all applications. Although with the advent of LLM AI, I do wonder if it will become more feasible for automated services to be able to hand out some freaking ruler slaps on some hands and maybe some ass kicking on people that need it for the worst of the toxic Avengers. Right? There are just some really awful people, and they're, you know, they're not even necessarily awful people, but awful characters in the game. People play some awful characters online. It's one thing for you to play a villain in the scope of the game. I have no bones to pick about somebody who just wants to do opposing forces, red team gameplay. Fine. No problem with that, right? Like Griefernet and Star Citizen, if they're just doing their red NPC thing in the game, while it can be annoying as shit, I don't necessarily have a problem with them. What I have a problem with is the people that get super toxic and just get abusive. Those people should be excised from the community. It wouldn't even be complicated now, right? I mean, that's what large language models are good for, is assessing what is being said. And if it's clear, I mean, you could just pick the most extreme examples first, right? Whatever anti-anything hate speech. You find those people and you go, boom, 1 hour timeout on chat, right? You pop back in and you do it again, boom, you get a 24-hour timeout on chat. You come back a day later, you do it again. Next time, you get a 24-hour suspension from the game, right? This is exactly what those kinds of technologies are for. Now, I would still prefer to see eyes on the server, but at least Funcom seems to have the right attitude about trying to adjust the game environment if there is a problem. Because as we said many times, right, no matter how many plans the developer may have, the first time their plan is exposed to the players, it will get wrecked. Viral Sun, thank you very much, Son, very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Problem is, companies only interested in moving forward with AI instead of designing a system where AI triages messages. Yes, and to be honest, most of you guys are watching on Twitch. It looks like still Twitch is the central platform we're talking to today. Twitch doesn't seem to be even remotely interested in policing its own chat, right? Thank you very much for the Prime, Viral Sun. I appreciate that. You only get one of those a month that you chose to drop it here is very much appreciated. Thank you. It's very kind, right? I just can't imagine why Amazon/Twitch have not done something to help police the chat. Yes, I can create a moderator bot, and I have one that runs every day that wipes out all of these by viewers crap. But I just feel like the people who have to deal with some of these awful hate speech zergs, right? Because we know what happens in Twitch channels sometimes, right? That there should be some kind of tool for Twitch to put the brakes on that stuff so that the community in Twitch doesn't have to deal with that kind of hate-filled, vitriolic trolling. Role-playing a marauder means communicating your intentions just before killing players. Those awful HP generate, well, but the thing is it hurts the communities. And that is actually bad business, even if they feel like they're generating ad revenue. And I agree that that's probably part of the problem, Barrel Son. I do, because modern businesses don't seem to consider negative connotations. All they do is they look at it and go, okay, there's money to be made, yes, right? But what they don't seem to understand is they're building up intolerance in the community for allowing bad behavior. I have heard most people say no, Toy Stick, but I don't know that anybody is 100% sure, right? It doesn't seem to impact reach, and I also don't think it impacts your hitbox, right? There is a character height slider, but I don't think it matters. Now, that said, I'm not sure how it can't, since headshots are a thing. But the general consensus that I've heard, watching videos and all of that, is they don't think it matters. DA Twitch drops June 5th to the 24th. Fantastic. So we'll get Twitch drops starting tomorrow. Yeah. If you get a hard answer, I would definitely appreciate hearing one. Because, if the answer is yes, we know what we're going to see is we're going to see everybody hit that small character height, right? Although, no, maybe not for melee range, right? Because I guess that would actually be an okay way to balance it then, right? I guess that means that range players would want to be short and melee players would want to be tall. I hadn't actually considered the melee range thing until you just asked. I kind of hope it's no, because I really don't want the look of the character to be a factor when it comes to combat effectiveness, but headshots are a thing, so. I
know. That's kind of what my next question was going to be, since we talked a lot about Deep Desert and like how griefing might go and how Zergs might go. Was there any like major features that you guys couldn't implement during development because the technical limitation was too high that you wish you could have, that maybe you might come back to? What kind of road bumps, speed bumps did you guys hit along the way that you were just like,
I'm gonna leave the horse for Ula here in a second. I'm gonna take the smaller one. For me, the smaller one that I'm a big enjoyer of vehicular shooter games. Like, I'm a big lover of World of Tanks, and back in the day, back Mecha Warrior for Mech 3 as well. I'm showing my age.
Give it up. I have the high ground. Oh, yeah? Well, I have T-Rex arms and a dagger. Always go with the smallest character size popular. I hate that mentality so much, but that is a lot. To quote, no. Okay, good deal. So it sounds like we're probably going to be dealing with character sizes 100% aesthetic, which is what I hope for. I do wonder about the headshot thing, but maybe it's not enough to matter, because I actually don't know how much difference there is in overall height. Interesting. But that is reassuring to me. Good deal. Good deal. That makes me, every little tidbit of good news. Yeah, is that an answer to the range and the hitbox, Spiral Sun, or just the range? 12:06, 22 hours. 22 hours.
Big enjoyer of vehicular shooter games. The one thing that I am quite, we will get there eventually, but vehicle AI was something that we really, really wanted, but it was quite hard to get NPCs to drive, to fly, and to actually challenge players in a meaningful way, right? It's just one of those things where, like, we have our multifaceted combat system, stuff on the ground, then you get into a car, you get into a thopter, you get into there's another vehicle that I'm not going to name the name of, but there was another vehicle where you could send really big darts against other really big things, and you could, like, burrow through their shields and go, eventually it'll come back. Let's see when. But we just, like, that vehicle AI thing was just more than we could chew off. So we had to park it. It's gonna. I want to see us try. I really do want to see us try.
That's awesome.
Not sure which horse you were talking about, Alex, but yeah, there was no horses in the pipeline.
Oh, you know what? That is actually a fair point. Although for melee, it does become more relevant because, I mean, if you're just trying to make contact at all, but it wouldn't matter so much with the headshots. That's true. And I mean, there is definitely scatter on the darts. Although there are some passives and some weapons have less scatter. And they really, I'm sure that they've thought about it and they have a plan and probably a decent implementation. But it all does make me curious because, I mean, you guys are right? What you see a lot of times is, you know, smallest race, female character, shortest height slider, right? Because you want to be as hard as hit possible. And then if it actually did change melee range, then people who want to use the melee would seriously be considering being a larger target regardless. But yeah, your own stamina. Definitely you're the worst enemy. You run out of stamina and you definitely tapped out on a resource pool that's super important. It would have been interesting if they had allowed that mechanic to be in play, right? Laser beams in the lore, when they connect with Holtzman shields, they created an atomic explosion or nuclear explosion. The way that they've explained that away in the lore is the Emperor has declared that any laser gun is built in with a foolproof safety, so you cannot use it against a shield. So if there's a shield up, you can't shoot it. That's the in-game explanation. But it kind of would have been cool if there had been the odd nuclear explosion wiping people out. It would have been very amusing to see as a test anyway.
When we
Only donkeys.
Only donkeys in still suits. But yeah, no, I mean, it's when you're working on a game, there's a ton of things you really want to do. And the beautiful thing about a game like Dune, or like a game like we're making, it's that it's a live game, so we can keep adding those in after launch, right? At some point in a game production, you have to say this is the game we're making. But yeah, I mean, Alex mentioned it. We wanted to get the tank in there. We didn't find a good enough role for it, but we have an idea for when we can bring it back.
Yeah, we'll see it later.
It's going to be cool, because then
if they wanted it that bad, I guarantee you it gets added in a DLC.
I'm not gonna necessarily talk about what that is yet, but yeah, and then obviously there's I don't know if I want to say there's anything I'm like sad that we didn't get in, because for me it just adds to the 10-year roadmap that we have for the game that allows us to expand on it and build upon it, so we can deliver a holistic experience for launch, and then we have a ton of good things in the backlog that we can.
I have to say, them saying they had a 10-year roadmap was absolutely one of the things that made me go, yep, all right, I gotta have it.
The Deep Desert is, for the engine that it runs on, it is just not designed for that thing, right? It's not designed like PlanetSide 1, PlanetSide 2. It's meant to be running your small instanced 16-on-16, 8-on-8.
If I can't have the spice, no one can.
300 people potentially flying around going blap blap at each other, right? It's not made for that. There have been many challenges to get that to a state where it's okay. And there's still some shortcomings there's still some shortcuts that we had to take to get it to this stage. And obviously, like we're saying, 10-year plan, we're going to keep working on it step by step, getting rid of those shortcomings every day, until ideally it's the experience that people expect, where I see someone, I can shoot them, and then because there's 200 people, I don't know, 5 kilometers to my left, there's like a server that is spawned for me and the person I'm shooting ad hoc, just to offload the 200-man fight that's happening down the road away. So that's the vision. Like, I know I've spoken to our tech crew about that like would love to be there. It's just not quite there yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a kind of like a, it's a live game. You guys are be making this for the next, hopefully, 10 years, right? So it'll only get better. And if there is this plan to make it, exist and develop for like as long as 10 years, is there some sort of roadmap that's going to be public, that's going to come? Is there one now?
The only public roadmap we have now is on the Steam page. You can see the different DLCs that we planned for the first year. So there's 3 DLCs mentioned there. They're quite high level and low on detail, but we'll keep adding to that detail as we go. But right now, all of the focus from us on what we're communicating needs to be on launch. And then once we get past launch, and then we will start sharing more of the roadmap. So it's gonna come, yes.
Nice. Yeah, you guys also touched on tanks, which is great because I wanted to mention that like there was tanks in a trailer like 2 years ago, I swear, and I was like, yo, there's tanks, that's sweet. And then I don't know if we saw tanks in this 2-hour preview that we just showed. So it sounds like there was something there, but they're gonna come. They're gonna come hopefully soon.
They will come for sure.
Yeah, that's awesome. Having more. I love that the game is kind of vehicle based because like when I play Battlefield, for example, that's the first thing I'm doing. I'm jumping in a chopper and I'm gonna sit in that chopper or sit in that plane.
Spice Battles is a decoration.
Vehicles is such a fantastic thing in our game. I love it because you build it. You played the large beta. I saw you, but it's so cool when you build it piece by piece. And then you build your small little sand bike, but then in the stream, I guess they showed you move on to like the medium ornithopter or the medium-sized one, assault one, and then you move on to the transport one, and then you move on to So it's kind of the scale of building a vehicle. It feels very tactile and it feels very physical, and it's a team effort. So it's really cool. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, what's super interesting. So a little piece of info from me here is I actually play on the closed beta NDA build all the time. So this is very, very interesting to have this interview because I actually do know a lot of the answers to this question. So I'm asking you guys, and there's obviously a lot of these
that would be awkward
details that I don't know, which is super, super interesting. But it's really, really funny to have this interview. It's almost like a conflict of interest, almost in a weird way, because I'm playing there and I know, and I'm trying to like kind of.
If the worms are spice and when, then is the spice just worm poop?
This test, So I'm super looking forward to it. So a question for combat, or maybe not even combat, just in general. What kind of learnings did you guys have that you may have added to the launch of the game from all the playtests that you did? Because you did the kind of the open beta. And then you did the tech test. You had a couple tech tests and stuff that were public. So from those public learnings, what kind of did you change going forward into the live game next week?
So I think the biggest thing that's happened recently, the persistent beta that's closed has been running for a while now, right? We've been getting good feedback from it. People have been playing, giving us feedback. Like I sit there, I'm constantly stalking what people talk about, trying to keep my eyes on what's happening as best as I can. The initial, like I would say, the most recent thing, the initial
worms are just spice logs.
Melee that we did had a few holes that were very, very evident and were very.
This is important. This is one of the important changes.
We kind of knew that it was not in the greatest place, but because like the thing that Ula's talking about, where there's the continuous push and pull about. Hey Alex, are you being too risky with what you're asking? Hey Ula, I think the game kind of needs this. I don't think we should fix these bugs. I think we should do this other feature to fix melee, to stop the stun system so that we can do this and this thing. So we have a continuous backwards and forwards push and pull about, do we stabilize? Do we add more features? Do we change a feature? What do I get? What can you give me in the amount of time that you have? The beta allowed us to see that we had not truly landed the melee experience to a state where we're comfortable with it in people's hands. People saw that internally. We saw that externally at the London event as well. Like, yeah, this makes sense. Once it was visible and there was enough. This is the other thing I think that honestly I don't know if
Okay, you got a clarification. Character size doesn't affect reach, but does affect hitbox. and it's super marginal and irrelevant in melee. Okay, well, that's good to hear. I'm kind of glad. I mean, I would expect that if you pop your head up over the rock and you can be shot, versus if you don't pop your head up over the rock, you probably won't be shot. But I'm glad that that's I think, the right play to minimize the aesthetics there. Thank you very much, Viral Sun. I appreciate that. I forget who was this. It was Toy Stick. If you're still around, there's the answer that I generated for the question that I generated after you asked yours, I guess. So the character size is minimal, even for Hitbox, which is good to hear. Yeah. Obviously, you're still going to see people that are going to be, well, I'm going to go small as possible anyway, and that's fine. I wonder if there are any other ramifications for character size, though. I expect probably doesn't change traversal speed. I do wonder if a short character maybe has to climb slightly more time when they're climbing a pole or something like that, but it sounds to me like it's probably mostly not important, and that's good. You can't make a short fat dwarf you want. That seems to be a problem with games these days. We just don't allow for a lot of variation in character size. I understand that, though, as an amateur animator, that providing too much range makes everything very tricky for the animators. And the modelers, for that matter. As soon as you start making characters very fat or very thin, it can be tricky rigging outfits and armor pieces and all of that. Not to mention even just weapons, making sure that the weapon's in the hands the way it's supposed to be. I expect that we'll probably see all that kind of stuff shift in the coming years as AI becomes a much more useful tool in figuring out how to give more range in that. Dwarf needs a warhammer? Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to lie. As a space Viking, I'd kind of like a big double-bladed vibro axe or maybe a big giant power maul. Of course, I want the same things in Star Citizen, and I'm not going to get it there either.
General public know this about game dev. Game devs read what people say a lot, right? So I try to understand what's going on, and once a situation starts building and people start poking holes in this thing and this thing and this thing, eventually there's enough momentum where it's like, hey Alex, that idea you had, you know what, let's just do it. Like, I know we're tight on time, but let's see what we can do, right? Which is where we came on with the landing the update to melee, making sure the triangle was in a better state, trying to actually give players a melee experience with which they could bridge the other two parts of the on-foot infantry gameplay, which is ability play and ranged play.
Nice.
Just want to say, Shroud, because I was in the London event when I watched you getting
Except for CIG, they just
I was
read what the wrong people say. You're not wrong.
Because I mean, that was, I don't even know what went through your head, but it was pretty funny.
I was in disbelief. I was in disbelief that this is happening to me and this is even possible. And then I obviously, in the back of my mind, knew that, like, obviously no one, like, this is not something that is supposed to happen. This probably wasn't even, like, it's not even realistic. So the second that happened, I was like, they're fixing that. Like, for sure they are. Yeah, exactly. And
I said that on the stream with confidence because I knew that internally we had a build with that wasn't a problem, right? But yeah, it's,
you guys had already addressed it, and it's just a matter of like, all right, let's just pull this trigger, let's just get it done and just ship it on our build and see how it goes. So yeah, thank God that won't happen anymore, because I mean, it was funny, but it was a little goofy as well.
Yeah, but I mean, so the game is so much more than just melee, right? It's like the combat is melee, ranged abilities, vehicles, and then you have building, and you have crafting, and resource gathering, exploring. Then you have the story. There's so much to the game. So I mean, we can always wait for the next thing, but we really needed to also put the large beta out there and see what people think, even if we know that was something that we might get feedback on, and we feel confident because we've kind of addressed it internally. But yeah. I was funny to see that.
Even
happen
as a
live with
problem,
you.
they had to appreciate the fact
now
that
we can
it
talk to you.
became
That's- yeah.
publicly
Yeah, no,
announced.
it was-
Everybody
it
was like,
was-
"Yeah, this sucks. Fix it."
I mean, it was good-
And they're
good
like, "Yep,
content
we
for me.
knew
I
it was a
loved
problem. We've already addressed
so,
it."
Someone just asked an interesting question, and it's kind of going back to that 100-player cap a little bit. Just one last question, which I probably know the answer to, but I'm curious what your guys' take is on this. So if there's that actual cap where you can, let's say, harvest a spice field, a massive one with your sandcrawler, what if you're the first organized 100 people? So you say, me and my 100 friends are going to take this tile and take this spice. Theoretically, no one else could intercept us. They can catch us on our way out, but they won't be able
Yeah.
to come in and stop us in that moment. Is that right?
Yeah. So let me add a bit more precision to that statement as well. So when I say okay, because I saw this scroll.
still
through chat
have
here
to
a second
have
ago. So
two
if
groups,
People imagine we have the deep
one
desert.
from each
The
faction.
deep desert is, I forget kilometer by kilometer, but it's a big map. It is split into threes. So 1, 2, 3 at the top, 3 in the middle, and 3 at the bottom, which is where people enter. 2 men enter, 1 man leave, but that's a different story. Where you come in through the bottom, you go in, and then you have to work your way to the north of the deep desert maps. And each one of those squares.
You know, that's a great question, Super, right? 2 groups now, but a third coming when? And the answer to that is apparently soon after launch, and after them going from we're going to give, we're working on a way to add private servers soon to boom, they're going to be in at launch. I don't think we're going to have to wait terribly long. I expect we'll probably get the third faction with the first DLC. Right. I don't have any insider information. I'm just a teeny tiny streamer, but just based on what they've been saying, right, and the little bit of things that Joel has said about it, I figure we'll probably get the third faction with the first, maybe the second DLC. Right. They're going to want to get that in there because they want to see what is required to keep Atreides and Harkonnen balanced in the game. Right. They're going to want to see, do the tools that they've already decided to add, do they work? Right? Whether that's some kind of bonus for the underdog or some kind of penalty for the overbearing, overpowerful faction or what, right? And then they'll go, okay, here's the third faction to finish balancing that out. So I think that we'll get it with the first DLC. Yeah, like I said, I think that it'll happen this year. That's what I think. I don't think we'll have to wait too long for it. And that'll be extra interesting. What I will be really curious to see is when the faction is revealed, is how many people will be, oh, that's where I want to wind up. Or damn it, I wish I had hit that faction first so I could get the stuff from them and then betray to the faction that I actually want to be in. Right? Which is why me internally in my head, I'm kind of like, do I really want to declare at all? It's like the safest bet for me because I don't see me winding up as Harkonnen in the long run. No judgment there for people who want to be a Baldy. You know, they want the Harkonnen vibe. I get it. But for me, Harkonnen is just one of those steps to get access to the, the build set. Right. And then do I want to go from Atreides to the third faction, or do I want to go from the third faction to Atreides? You know, until we have that third faction, that's going to be a question mark for me. And it will definitely be forefront in my mind moving forward. It's like, do I really want to go to Atreides now? Because what if that's where I want to wind up? You can only betray a faction once from what they've said. So I guess we'll see.
Is a server that runs a 100-person cap. However, the whole thing, all 9 of them, at maximum will allow 300, which basically means, and the reason that numerical choice is there is that.
Now, I mean, I joke about the Baldies mostly because the Dark Laws crew, TDL is saying everybody needs to be pale and bald to be in his clan. Clearly, you don't have to be an actual Harkonnen, much less even look like one, to be part of the Harkonnen faction. But it is kind of funny. Yeah. And I can't wait to see TDL's his stream. I can't wait to see that crew, just because I think that it's going to be a wrecking ball. I do. Part of me really, really, really wanted to join that effort, But you know, I want to play with my org mates from Star Citizen at least first. So we'll see how it all goes. If there are two factions, it doesn't make sense to betray both of them. No, not at least not until there's a third one. Hey, Shadow Wolf, how you doing, man? Hefty plans prepared? I bet, because I know TDL's got lots of hours in. Right? He's got like, the last time that I talked to him about it, he said he had like 250 hours in the closed beta. So he's the man with the plan over there for sure. Which crazy religion do you want to sign up for? I abstain, thanks. I would go with Atreides before I would go Harkonnen, I think. I suspect that the IMI group that I'm going to be starting with is leaning more Atreides than Harkonnen. I know there's been a discussion over on Detox's Discord. I don't know if there's a firm decision yet. But what we were just saying is, man, I am hesitant to declare at all until I know what the third faction is going to be, and we're not going to know that at least for weeks, right? So that leaves me up in the air. What I'll probably do is, I know that there's a quest line, right? You talk to the representatives at a location and you start the quest line. I'll do that quest line up to the point where I have to actually make a decision, and then I'll just wait as long as possible to make the decision. Thank you for the follow, Toy Sick. I appreciate it. I think I said stick earlier. My apologies, Toy Sick. I don't think I can do Harkonnen. You know how I am? Yeah, well, I mean, you know, in fairness, old school book me is a fan of Atreides because the Harkonnens are just nope. Right? And then in the 1980s movie, again, nope. The Baron is just nope. So now in the more modern movies, it's different. But still, the Harkonnens are really harsh. Not that the Atreides don't have their issues off and on in the books. But, so my gut reaction is to go Atreides. But if the third faction is Fremen, I'm all in on the Fremen. So, yeah, well, I mean, I think that's just, you see Toy Stick, I see Toy Stick, and I think joystick, so then I want to say Toy Stick. I'm just glad I got it right at least once before I inevitably screw it up, as I always say. The water efficiency thing, the passives for the factions, I heard mixed things about it. I actually don't know for sure what the deal is there. There had been rumors that the first class that you picked gave a passive bonus too. I don't know that any of that's true. I heard that the first class passives was actually not a thing. And if it was in the game, it's no longer in. As far as water efficiency, then what do the Harkonnens get? Because they must get something that's equivalent, right? I'm live. They're not. I'm just watching. Shroud did an interview with the devs a couple of days ago, and I wanted to glean what information about the game I could. So I hadn't seen it. Thank you very much for the follow, Shake Vivid. Appreciate it. Atreides. Oh, is it a bonus in the? What do the Harkonnens get? Air growth +2. What do the Harkos get? I didn't actually notice. 20% faster processing speed for material production. Oh wow, that's actually a big deal. Okay. All right. Well, if that's part of the planetary origin, that makes sense. Well, the class passives, I don't think that's, well, okay. What I'm trying to say is Fextra Life, your reaction to me even mentioning them may vary, had on their website said if the first class you picked was Bene Gesserit, you get bonus A. And the only way to get bonus A is if you start as Benny G, right? And if you start as Swordmaster, you get bonus B, and the only way to get that bonus B is to be a Swordmaster, right? I believe that almost everyone has said, if I'm not mistaken, including some of Funcom, have said that's bullshit. It's not true, right? So when you first started talking about the houses, that was where my brain went. Was this bad information that I know has been circulated often by certain parties on Reddit? Right, so it does not matter which class you pick first, right? Each class does have passives available to it, right? And those passives do stack. The passives don't have to be equipped. So if you have all of the passives from Benny G, but you have all abilities and tactics, that's not the word I'm looking for, techniques set to Swordmaster, then those apply, but the passives stack. So all of the passives that you get stack no matter what. As long as they're checked as part of your spec, they don't have to be equipped. You can fully respec for free every 48 hours, I believe. Right? So every 2 days, which is not an insignificant cooldown, you can free respec. Yeah. Well, I mean, to be perfectly honest, I'm almost sorry that I mentioned it because I don't want to spread that information because as far as I understand, and again, I believe that I have heard that Funcom confirmed that it's bullshit. So if you see somebody mention that, because I kept seeing it pop up on Reddit, right? I don't look at Reddit a lot because, to be perfectly honest, it's salty. It's kind of like Spectrum with Star Citizen. So I don't look at it often. But when I've been jonesing for the spice, trying to glean the extra information about Dune, I've popped into the odd subreddit. And I keep seeing it mentioned. And there's like 1 or 2 people that, people will tell them, look, that's not true. I don't know why you would believe this source because I don't want to mention their name again, and they just want to defend it militantly. So some people are actively spreading the misinformation, and it's super frustrating. Yeah. Well, I mean, and technically you didn't, Elise. My brain went someplace it shouldn't have. You were talking about the houses, and it does make sense that the origin planets would have certain bonuses. Just like we also know that the origin planets get an emote, right? Atreides get the knife salute. I don't know what all the other ones are. I know that I think it's Ix. They have the secret thing. I don't know what all of them are, but I'll probably go Caladan and probably wind up as Atreides unless Fremen is the third faction, in which case, I'll be a wannabe Paul. SC does deserve it. Why is the video paused? Because I'm running my mouth, which has been a bad habit today. Let's see what all else they got to say. How you doing, Shake?
If you have
Game releasing soon? Yes. We have less than 22 hours. We're at 21 and a half hours, and then we can play.
Bottom left is 100 cap. Middle bottom is 100 cap. And then bottom right is 100 cap when you come in from the south of the map. And then that means if each of those 3 have 100 each, then the whole deep desert is in theory locked out to everybody else. Because...
Okay, now unless he just changes what he said, right? We know that the deep desert is a 9x9 grid. Right? 3 by 3, it's 3, 3, 3. And then each of those boxes is essentially 9 servers. So there's 81 servers that run the whole deep desert. But if you have 100 people in each of the 3 big boxes, you can prevent anybody from going deeper into the desert. So that means, if I'm understanding what he's saying, that each of the big boxes is a 100 cap. And 50 of those are Harkonnen and 50 of those are Atreides. Although that does make me wonder, can I not go to the deep desert if I'm not declared? And if I can go to the deep desert and I'm not declared, what do I count as? So, because I actually don't know. Are you prevented from doing the overland travel if you have not declared to a faction? That it's a reasonable limitation, but that also means that you'll absolutely have to declare for a faction before we get the third faction, unless you just don't want to access that far in the game. No, we can't. I believe everybody's starting at the same time. They posted a map that shows the release times, and they, translated it. It's 10 a.m. Eastern is all I remember, which means it's 1300 UTC or something like that, or 1500 or 1200 UTC. I don't remember exactly what it is, but it's the same time globally. So as far as I know, nobody gets to play first. Will the servers all get hammered at all the same time, no matter what time of the world it is? Just planning on playing the game tomorrow with your buddies in a private server and going from there? Yeah. Well, I mean, I can't wait to play, right? No matter what the limitations are at this point, I am just ready to play again. Data mine game files, false information on purpose is definitely a thing, but ad revenue. Yeah, well, I mean, it's like rage baiting advertisement, right? Paying to make a non-hard character after crafting speeds, and then switch to a hard character, monitor all crafting speeds again. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, we know that all these games do get data mined unless they find a way to prevent it. But you know what? We could probably, let's play this.
If that was not the case, then if you could get, in theory, stranded north, and you wouldn't be able to progress south to egress out of the deep desert.
I see.
Go on, Ulla.
I can add to that.
And afterwards, we'll look. We should be able to see if there's a bonus that shows in the character creator.
Valuable and like the biggest spice field, the most valuable loot will be at the far north. So if you do that 200.
Well, to be perfectly honest, as a very, very small minor content creator, very small, I hope that's not a thing. Right? Everybody should have the opportunity to join at the same time. I do expect there's going to be some queues tomorrow because the initial push is going to be everybody all at once going click, push play. And I do understand the notion of Funcom wanting big content creators to, but you know what Shroud and other people are going to do, what most of us are going to do, we're going to pick a server with our friends, and it probably will be somewheres in the middle or the bottom of the server list, and then they'll pick the middle or the bottom of the last siege and click, right? And if that doesn't work, then they'll go, okay, let's go here instead, and there'll be some of that nonsense shuffling around, and then eventually most people will get settled into available sieges. Yeah, okay. It should show, right? So we'll check that. Well, you know what? We could look at it right now. Let's just go ahead and do that, because after this, I'm probably going to have to. So we're going to look at the character creator real quick, right? Which should show here when I launch it. Do the thing. Why are you not doing the thing? All right, fine. We'll just do it this way then. We're just looking at the character creator, which anybody can still download and check out.
The only peace I find is a future that never.
I'm tempted to let it play, but we're not going to do it. You sell them where you move on. There's some absolutely awful, terrible business practices out there. Odds are good my character will look something like that. Some kind of old man, something like me. That's just the way I tend to roll these days.
Approach, prisoner.
But we should be able to see the bonuses, right? That's it. We're playing character creator today. We got to keep the hype running. How you doing, Samafan? We're actually looking at something specific, and then I want to finish watching that Shroud video. But let's see what it shows. Actually, none of this matters except. Where does it That's right, because the origin is separate, right? So we just continue. Nothing matters except the T-Rex arms. Yes.
Where were you born?
Okay, well, I don't see a bonus here. It does show the dialogue traits and the shit, I'm reading the wrong words. The unique emote. Each origin does have an emote, right? Like, cause me, I want the Atreides salute. I do kind of feel like that they should show a preview of the emotes here. Purely cosmetic? Okay. Because there was some discussion of, Atreides and water production in Harkonnen with processing. But yeah, I don't see anything like that here now. Right? So Giddy Prime gets deception as a dialogue trait, and then the unique emote is a Harkonnen curse, which I don't have the animation for, although I do know there's a number of videos out there that show them, even though I did kind of nitpick it at I can't remember which content creator was, because he said hidden emotes, and they're not hidden. Clearly they're not hidden, although they don't display the animation here. Yeah, no, I agree. It's really frustrating because that kind of information gets shared immediately when somebody says it, right? Yeah. Now, I'm not a closed beta tester, so I don't even know. So, yeah, I mean, it may well be a thing. Hopefully, all of the bonuses are balanced if it's a thing. But I think it's completely aesthetic. That's what it looks like to me. Chusuk gets cultured and musicians pose. Kaladin gets honorable in the Atreides salute. And I did create Atreides during the weekend beta, and I did see several conversation options, both for Bene Gesserit and for Atreides, or rather honorable, and actually for the bondsman that I chose. So you make munitions 100% more flair and style, exactly. Kaitain is political and elegant bow, and then Ix is technologist and the forbidden secret. Yeah, so everybody gets to do their thing there. I just want to make sure it's not going to show more information somewheres. Yeah, we're going to be we're going to pretend noble here. It's an emote.
To be close. You had a mentor in your youth, trained by one of the... you must have been very...
I was just looking to see if there was any... Yeah, I don't see anything else. Right? How you doing, Scotty? Hey, no, I'm not going Harky. No. I'm not. We were actually... Somebody had said that they heard that there was a Planet Origin bonus, but it doesn't. It seems like that's like one of those, just like somebody was saying that the first class that you pick gets some kind of bonus that's hidden, but I think it's all bullshit. It all seems to be hearsay. Exactly. No, I'm almost certainly going to go Kaladin, and unless the third faction is Fremen, I expect to wind up as Atreides. On the emotes, though, let's see. Where's my damn... There it is. Let's see. Dune emotes. Hello, can you finish typing? Here we go. Okay, now Pixel Cave, who I know is not going to be watching me stream, but I gave him some grief because this says hidden emotes and they're not hidden. However, he did show the animations. So, that's good to see. Let's see. I guess we'll
and welcome to a quick showcase
do the thing
of
here.
Homeworld emotes in Dune Awakening. Now, it's not a big surprise that a game like Dune has a
And this is the link for this video if anybody else wants to watch his video.
Every character has
I'm glad he posted the video, although I really wish he didn't call them hidden emotes. It's a pet peeve. I can't help it. I'm sorry.
The selection of your homeworld, which is more or less some additional background you can select for your character just before selecting your starter profession. And beyond some additional dialogue.
Yeah. Just show us the emotes, bro.
Actual gameplay. From of each in your. The first emote is the Harkonnen Curse, and you'll get this one when choosing Giri Prime as your homeworld.
Which looks a lot like the Atreides salute too. It's similar.
If you want to express yourself with music, then choose Chusuk.
It's Gurney Halleck, right? From the 80s movie.
Planning to join the House Atreides, or maybe you want to be a spy amongst the ranks. Then choose Caladan to get the Atreides salute.
I dig the Atreides salute, so I will pick Caladan.
Selecting Kaitain as your homeworld gives you a unique bow emote.
That bow looks pretty funny with the absolute lowest tier gear on there.
And finally, the Ixian secret is granted upon choosing the planet Ix. Now, we hope this will help you making the right choice when getting started. Do you have a favorite one?
If you watched, was it the first episode? I think it was the second episode. Maybe it was the first episode. Anyway, if you watched Dune Prophecy, to me, this one gives me an extra little Easter egg vibe there with the freaking boy with the gecko, which is like not a good thing. It's a desert planet that has a metal sword. So hot sword meets forehead. There should be a brand there, right? All right. Well, we did not get any kind of, you know what? Let's just close this down because I don't really want to save that character appearance anyway. Class bonuses, all I can find is it's a fake made-up image for a website. Yeah, it looked like AI crap to me. But, that particular website, which I don't really want to talk about again, while it used to have some credibility, kind of went to shit a couple of years ago, where it just seems like it was all clickbait at that point, even though I know there were streamers that were involved in it and all of that. And it seemed like they were totally on point there for a while, and then it just devolved into garbage, the absolute worst kind of internet content. But it seems like it's all nonsense. Yes, exactly. They embedded their stream in their website to pop their numbers. And part of me is like, well, you're just kind of flexing your own tools there, but the whole thing feels preloaded and kind of scummy in the grand scheme of things. Oh God, yeah, I know, right, Shake? It's like we're approaching a time where everything is against us, right? Where you just won't be able to believe anything you see, read, or hear. It'll all be up for grabs. It's like, it's getting pretty crazy already. In 5 years, though, for sure, people, you won't even be able to tell. You just won't even be able to tell. It's like, well, such and such said such and such, and maybe it's true, maybe it's AI. Yeah. Right. Yes, I saw some footage from that body cam. That looks actually like a really cool idea for a game, but it's like, yeah, the singularity approaches, right? I mean, technologically, for sure. Oh, it's so crazy.
Man raid or whatever, and the top right, top north, you will have to
go all
get
the way
through
back.
all of the PvP,
Yeah.
And you won't be able to get all the 100 into the same at the same time into the server. So.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Risk for you.
Does anybody else know if family sharing on Steam works for Dune Awakening?
That was a really Sorry, I was just gonna say, like, what you reiterated there was really, really good. You explained it kind of perfectly, because before I was under the impression that a tiny tile, one of the 81 tiles was 100.
I would expect that if it does, you're still everybody will be playing on the same account, which I am curious about, because there are a lot of multiplayer games that say that's a no-no. So it would be interesting to hear an official word on that. Yes, exactly. Right. Yeah, that's 7 years ago. Oh man, the deepfake stuff seems the deepfake stuff that everybody got worked up about a couple of years ago feels like no big deal compared to the stuff that's coming with the AI. Because I mean, the AI video generation now, oh my goodness, it's ridiculous. Man. Haven't tested, but sharing games should work fine. However, you'd be limited to one character per region, so other family members would use different regions or the same character. Yeah, okay. That would be what I would expect too. And hopefully there's no clash there with any Funcom policies then. Animated portraits of ancestors and deceased people. It's very cool to see that kind of stuff. It's kind of, you fill gaps. I think that all the AI generation stuff is a fantastic tool. I don't want to see, as somebody who was a traditional artist for years and did digital content, animations and modeling and stuff, strictly on an amateur self-taught thing for 17 years. I don't want to see anybody get ripped off by AI, right? I am kind of against the notion of just creating content and saying, okay, make me an image that looks like Bob's picture, but I want you to use Susan's art style. Right. And then I want you to animate it in the same way that Steve over here would do, and then voice it with Susan's voice. Right. That gets to be kind of tricky. Why is the camera all of a sudden? I turned this off the other day. You make me crazy. So I don't want to see people get ripped off. But as a tool for creation, all the AI stuff is tremendous. I don't know. Speaking of intelligence or lack thereof, I do not know why all of a sudden my camera started moving again. I need to turn that crap off.
100
Oh, no.
No, but you're saying it's split 3 by 3,
Yes.
and each row is 100.
Yeah. I think, did we
Well,
have a
each square.
press release on this?
I don't remember if we
I'll have to
a
dig that up.
map
Maybe
on-
it's worth throwing into some of our more communication channels so it's a little bit more visible. But there is, I can see where you're coming from, friend, as well. There is some nuance here where if you have 1,000 friends, and some people do, right? You could, in theory, both go team red and team green. So then in theory, and this is one of the differences, for example, we have versus EVE Online, where EVE doesn't really have a hard guild faction system, right? Like you soft accept a group that you have standings to, unlike PlanetSide. PlanetSide, you're the red guys, blue guys, or purple guys, and they all just fight each other. For us, it's a hard faction. So if
Is it really? I just turned it off, so maybe it'll stay off. But you're right. That's exactly what I did do as I was doing this or something. It probably was a gesture. And I disagree. I mean, I agree and I disagree, right? The issue with AI is the same issue that production pipelines introduced. It is, right? Okay, maybe I don't disagree. It is. It's like, that's the nature of progress, right? We create better tools, right? In some ways, it's the same thing with axe manufacturers as far as lumbering goes, right? And we have chainsaws that do that much better now, right? But only in some applications. AI is the same thing, and there's still some things that actual artists are always going to do better. So it's a tool, and it can definitely be used for ill or for good. Why do you keep doing that? It's just right now we're having that exponential growth in some of the technology, and we have yet to figure out how to balance some of it, right? I mean, it's It's so frustrating. Shake, what you were saying about one day actors themselves will become redundant, right? You know, what I used to say in the 80s, right, when I was talking to my friends, is eventually what we would see is you would have, you know, say Arnold Schwarzenegger be scanned as the body actor, and then you'd have some, I don't even remember probably what he used as an example. Somebody is going to be the motion capture guy, and somebody else will be the face, and somebody else will be the voice, right? And then you'll blend all that together. And it used to sound like one of those things that was very far away in the 80s and the 90s when we talked about it, right? And we're absolutely going to see that kind of stuff now, except now you don't even have to have actors to supply the animation, because the AI will figure out how to make it look like, you know, Jet Li, and they don't have to capture a body, because they'll just have them generate, you know, Schwarzenegger, and then they'll borrow James Earl Jones' voice through AI. And it's just, therein is the problem. Is it's like you can't just take all of that as your own without there being ramifications. And then you have to decide, well, where do you draw the line for when does it just kind of sound like James Earl Jones versus actually being his voice? And we're going to have to figure all that stuff out at some point. And that too, right? I mean, all of these movies. I just watched Terminator 2 again recently, which is by far and away the best Terminator movie. Fantastic film. But it's like, you know, anytime you dive into that, it's like, you know, we're all, and The Matrix, add 1,000 more stories, movies, books, comic books. AI could absolutely be the downfall of human civilization. Or it could be what helps lift us up past our present limitations. Right. And therein is the problem, right? Because no matter what the Western world agrees, China's going to do what China's going to do. Right? Iran's going to do what Iran's going to do. I mean, we could go on down the list of Russia's going to do what Russia's going to do. Everybody's going to do what they're going to. I mean, the U.S. is going to do what the U.S. is going to do. It's not like I trust my government more than I trust the Chinese government, right? So what are we going to do, right? We have to hope for the best and hope that the scientists that are driving most of these advances forward make the right decisions, so we don't all wake up tomorrow with a mushroom cloud on our heads. Yeah, well, to be honest, so far, I don't see a path to becoming self-aware, right? But maybe we'll get there, and I am by no means a guru, but that's definitely the dangerous. Everyone gotta do. You have to tell your girlfriend that. Robots marching in the street before 2050. Oh man, come on, they're already there. I mean, we've got drones. We've got security drones flying all around the world.
The Harkonnen 100 slots, you only have 50 of those, because the other 50 must be allocated to the Atreides, because we need to try to make this fair. And then there's some other stuff that's going to be...
It does increase every day. The odds do increase every day.
No ways to punish people for being off faction, but to incentivize
He'll be on Mars
them
then.
strongly to being off faction. So that 100 might get split further down.
We need our own Butlerian jihad.
Some 30-some per set. We'll see. Eventually it'll get split down to where you have a nice amount of people to play with.
Yeah, I mean, I'm asking a lot of these kind of heavy-hitting questions, I think.
Totally a sidebar to that comment about the Butlerian jihad, right? Herbert didn't know that there was going to be video games developed about his IP, right? Butlerian jihad, the absolute best lore tool for all the video gaminess that you need to introduce to a Dune game, right? Why are weapons not really super accurate, even though we're 10, 20, 30,000 years in the future? Well, because, you know, you don't have computer-controlled auto-aiming bullets, because thinking machines are outlawed, right? It's built-in deficiency in systems. It's fantastic. Yeah, science fiction does predict reality all the time, right? But the Butlerian jihad and the ban on on thinking machines. To be perfectly honest, I think it's something that they should have adopted some form of it to Star Citizen, and it would definitely have allowed CIG to have a more credible lore for creating a World War II game in space. And then we're going to walk away from Star Citizen again, but I wish they had done something like that for the lore. You know, I've only seen bits of Chappie myself. I haven't seen the whole thing.
I'm coming in with the audience that might stream snipe or whatever. So like there's a world in where a large streamer's playing the game, you accidentally leak where you're at, or you accidentally leak the server or siege that you're at, and then you just get absolutely bombarded. So like I think these systems, to understand how they fully work, is super important, and also super important that the streamer mode does work and hides all of that information, because leaking your server is going to be really tough for streamers. So I guess the question for that is how does the streamer mode work? Are you guys like
ads beamed into your head?
To make sure that all of that server information is actually hidden, so we don't accidentally screw ourselves as streamers?
Yeah. It's really good that you're saying that, or asking that question, because we put a lot of effort lately into the streamer mode. There's some more stuff coming. I mean, actually coming from feedback from other streamers, right, like you. And we're trying to take care and make sure that we are avoiding that situation. So yes, there will be a streamer mode in the settings. You can turn it on, and then you won't be able to see which siege you're on or any of that information, your name. We'll also look into hiding information around
I've never been especially worried about stream sniping myself, because I'm a teeny tiny content creator, but I do think it's really freaking cheesy for people to hardcore abusively stream snipe people who are just trying to create entertainment for other people.
Differences in actual combat play styles between Harkonnen and Atreides? Like, is there special schematics or special unique weapons that only Atreides can get, or only Harkonnen that can shift the battle or the fight in a different way?
No, the factions are purely for aesthetics. It's purely cosmetic variants.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of the things that eventually I'm hoping will become more evident and much more used than I think it is now on the internal beta is a system called the Exchange. So again, to go back to some of the to go back to the lighter side of the discussion, right? Like, it is meant to be an approachable game where on net we want players to be able to come in, test the water, see if they like the sand, see if they like the worms, see if they can put up with getting worm death.
You're giving me the creeps, Shake.
The Exchange.
You're right. I mean, that's exactly what the learning is, right? It is kind of a neural network. Yeah, you are correct.
For example, if you're undergeared, but you want to go,
it's definitely not beyond reason for us to see it happen in our lifetime.
Or you've been doing another activity, but you don't like.
I just hope that it chooses to be beneficial to us
from your previous activity
and not detrimental.
What you need to go try the deep desert, and vice versa for people.
I mean, the real problem is that human society can be remarkably beneficial to humans, and yet continually elements of human society continues to be absolutely detrimental to humans. And if we're the ones that are creating the model, the neural network, if we're the ones that are feeding it the data, and it is using us as an example, right? Kind of doesn't bode great for us. So, I guess we'll see how it pans out, right?
People that really want to hang out and do the PvP thing, they don't have to do the other X amount of activities that we have or will be adding to the game. They'll just be able to spend their acquired resources from the activity that they like, that they enjoy, and ideally trade that resource into whatever they need to continue doing the other activity that they really, really like. Right? For me, I think that gives us a great way of people to softly get their feet wet and experience the sandy desert from the first time, and then ideally transition to the end game, to the elder game. And at the same time, give people that, hey, I need a break from this PvP. I've been going too hard for a week. I'm going on vacation now.
If AI uses humans as an example, it will outsource jobs and go play video games. Everything will come full circle. They'll be back to putting humans to work while the AI goes and entertains itself, right? Oh, man.
I need to ease it back, but I still want to help my friends. I want to build them the ornithopters. I want to help them get loot. I want to enable them. But I just don't have time to play 3 hours a day or 2 hours a day, right? So I'm going to instead do this other activity and still contribute.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, when we were looking at on the stream that you guys showed, the Lance Rads, when we were looking at them, they weren't all PvP driven. They were, you know, like you might be a kind of player that is just a pure crafter. You play maybe with a couple friends and all you guys do is harvest nodes, turn it into ingots or whatever, and then make a bunch of buggies or make a bunch of, you just like stack up and you just hoard and hoard and hoard, and then you are going to be the guild's, you're going to be like House Atreides, like contributor. The second something happens where you got to build a buggy or something and you got to donate a bunch of buggies, you're like going to be all over it. So that could just be your way to contributing to the greater Lance Rad, which is pretty cool, right? So everyone has their own way to play, which is fun, because I know for a fact, like, I'm going to be all over the deep desert, but I know not everyone's going to do that, you know. that's just not the case. I know I said I was going to go out of the deep desert, but I got roped right
Thank
back
you for
in
sharing that
because
link, Super. I appreciate that.
So question
definitely have a look at that. I'm sure the conversation will be fired up in Detox's
is that new
Discord shortly about where we're going to try and get started.
New map comes in. Is that a handcrafted map or is that a procedurally generated map? How does that work?
It's a handcrafted map. So there's going to be a world designer building them.
Growth in technology and data,
basically development tool systems to be able to easier
is
craft
so
them.
strange.
So at some level, somebody works with the building blocks that are like making a.
I mean, you know, people use the example all the time as we consider the computing power that we use to take people to the moon and back home, right? And then compare that computing power. Compare all of the computing power that existed in the world at that time when we went to the moon and back, and then compare it to this silly brick that's become ubiquitous in modern life. There are so many damn phones around the world, right? And there's no real comparison. This is so much more powerful than all the computing power that existed in the world in 1969. It's nuts. I mean, you know, Moore's law, yes, etc. But it just feels like, so, you know, even applying this kind of algorithm to where AI will turn up, there's definitely ramifications for the future of humankind. There's no doubt about that. The fact that you can still buy a ham radio is shocking, honestly. Well, I mean, part of the reason that ham radios still have use is, I mean, communication is always useful, but they still dedicate certain radio frequencies to ham operators, right? So as long as they continue to sell the radios, they'll continue to limit transmissions in that bandwidth, right? I mean, not to mention there is a segment of our society, as increasingly small as it may be in the world, where people are like, I'm going to keep some of the old avenues available just in case the shit hits the fan. And I'm glad there are people like that out there, because at some point, whether it's 10 years or 100 years or 1,000 years from now, it's going to matter. And those people are going to either slow down the downfall of humanity or help rebuild it, one or the other, right? Because we have to remember our history. And right now, we are definitely a species that seems to be suffering from forced amnesia.
A rock island, or call them content blocks, but like a rock island that has an eco lab, and at that level, and then you will have a world designer at a bit of a higher level, mixing those together, and then deciding also, okay, do we now?
This is cool where they were talking about the deep desert maps are handcrafted.
What configuration, where are the spice fields?
So they will be different, but it won't just be randomly generated.
The economy team again placing their
the wheel turns
and rotations of the resources. So we have quite a few tooling to ensure that we get that variation fairly easily. So basically the short answer is yes, handcrafted through those tools to deliver a unique experience every week. I mean, it's still a lot of sand and rock, of course, but it'll be a really it'll be
such a smart
every week,
in-lore explanation to keep exploration valuable and change up the game world. And not just part of the game world, but the biggest part of the game world. Even if, like you said, it's a lot of rock and sand, right?
And then you want to go there.
Yeah, that leads me to an interesting.
It's going to be cool.
So if that's all handcrafted and there's like, let's say testing, let's just use random numbers here, testing lab 100, right? Would that mean on this week, testing lab, someone found out that testing lab 100's in, and that means the unique best sniper rifle in the game is in, but only for this week, and it will not be in the next week. You'll have to wait for the rotation.
And
Okay.
Anarchy Online, man, that's going back.
That will drop there, right?
I only played a little bit of that. I was big into
So you won't be
DAOC
able to make too many of them. So you
after leaving Escheron's Call, so I didn't get to do a lot of AO. Although I had some friends that played Anarchy Online that came over to DAOC.
Learn a schematic, you have to be at your base or at like a location.
It was ahead of its time, though,
So
for
even if you
sure.
find your schematic, to be able to learn it, basically absorb it, you have to get out as well. Out of PvP into a base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's super cool.
I met my wife playing DAOC on Gaharis, actually.
You can correct me if I'm wrong, but the way I
We've
envision
been married 20 years as of January.
These weekly kind of wipes and rotations happening is like you might have a certain play style, or you and your group has a certain.
I hope there's a bunch. I'm sure they'll. If I forget if they say, if anybody has said how many they have already.
Gather information,
but hopefully
intel gathering and find
they will continue to add new ones and refine them as needed.
Week, and now you and your buddies are like, we really need this because we missed it last chance. So like, this is your week to play.
They may slow it down if it proves that there's not enough activity to really make use of the deep desert in a week.
For 1 week to be heavier on points of interest, like super heavy. You could put out tons of messaging saying like this week is, or this month is going to be absolutely jam-packed.
1,040 Haga Basin servers worldwide.
Which is going to be super fun.
Exactly. Yeah, you basically.
And we don't have the EU counted yet.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. I mean, I love that Joel said in the live stream that he basically used like, one thing I love about Joel and him being kind of like the creative director of the project is like, he is not afraid to reference other games that he loves and other inspiration for games.
You do the Landsrad does its thing and has the decree, and as the decree sticks, it holds for 1 week, and then at the end of that next week, the Landsrad calls again, and whoever gets to vote votes, and they'll get the decree for that week. So the decree is from week to week, and it's voted on by the winning faction. So yeah, they're basically pushing people to play 5 hours a day, which, to be honest, is too much, right? But they may not be planning on everybody putting in that much effort, right? I mean, they're saying that, casuals should be part of it, but what's really going to determine how much gameplay do you need to lock in the Landsrad, right? Because, I mean, it may well be that starting tomorrow, people are going to push, some people are going to push hard to endgame, right? And then how much can I, as an individual, influence one of those 70,000 point squares, right? Like, if I can play 20 hours and earned, 25,000 points, right? Is that too much or is that too little? Because then you multiply in an individual times all of that. That's what we're going to need to see, is how do they balance it? Because if the population in the server, if it takes a week to fill enough of those boxes to really decide on the Landsrad, then maybe everything's about right. If they can do it in 2 days, then maybe there's not enough balance there in how much effort it takes to claim the boxes. But they should be able to tune that, and from everything that they've been saying in all of these live streams, I feel that they will tune it. And obviously they have some data from the closed beta. But I am also interested to see how it all works. Yeah, I agree. I do think it's a better system than the Relics. I mean, RBR in DAOC was pretty cool. But it didn't have the same level of ramification this seems to have from week to week. And that there's kind of a fixed goal, right? I mean, even if they're going to randomly choose which 3 decrees you get to vote on, at least there's a firm goal weekly, or however long it turns to be. They're obviously going to do it weekly at launch. and you've got a notion of exactly what's entailed. I mean, the problem with the AOC is just holding the keeps was only so interesting, even though there were some absolutely fantastic battles in the Frontier. I tried to go back to DAOC back in the, I don't remember exactly when it was, sometime in the 2010s when they did the art revamp and tried to stir up interest again. And I just could not find my way back into the old grind as much as I loved that game. But I'm looking forward to seeing how all this plays out, you know, and I think that they're going to be very open to keeping their eyes open and changing balance as they need to. And that will include, you know, maybe they'll decide in 2 weeks, you know what, 70,000 points is enough. We're going to make it 100,000 to claim a box, you know, or maybe it's too much. Maybe it takes too many hours to get it done and we're only getting half the boxes filled in the week, and we'll dial it down to 50,000 points per box or something. They seem very open to getting that right. So PvE players are going to be, and PvE players are definitely going to be super important, like Elise and others keep saying, right? To be able to fuel the machine, you're going to need all the resources. So all of that's going to be definitely relevant. A friend of mine goes, ew, they drink their own body sweat. Me, astronauts not only drink recycled sweat, but they also drink recycled urine. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, limited resources. You're just glad you get to contribute as a PvE player, even if you're limited time. Yeah, I mean, being able to contribute at all is going to be good. And I kind of hope that that's where we wind up with, you know, the casual players being they need to be relevant, of course. I mean, you know, we know the first couple of weeks, the hardcore is going to be super hardcore, right? But we should get a balance between hardcore and casual over time, so that the casual players are an important element. Because if you've got, you know, let's just say 1,000 on a world, and if 500 of them are casual, you know, and then you've got 300 of them that are middle ground, and then 200 are just hardcore go-getters, ideally you'd like to see that the 500 casuals be as relevant at least as the 300 that are middle players, right? So we hope, and those numbers I'm sure are totally off base. I imagine that the really super hardcore, the super sweats, like they say, will be a smaller overall percentage once we get past the initial hardcore launch. But we'll see. Yeah, that's it. It's going to be all about the fun for me too, right? There will definitely be stuff that I will try and rush towards because I want to get it done and see new stuff, but it's definitely going to be about enjoying the journey. And that's one of the things that I like about the game so far is it's about the journey and learning and moving forward. It's not just, it doesn't feel to me so far just rush to endgame, which is really horrible in New World.
Right? And like, you know, Rust is one that he used with these weekly wipes, which is fantastic. So I wanted to kind of ask you guys, in terms of like inspiration from different survival games, what kind of inspo did you guys get or take from in combat or just in general from different survival games?
So let me build up on something as well that you mentioned as well. So I don't know because like how many people have had experience with Funcom, but like Funcom is actually a relatively flat structured company. So the character that you get from Joel is not his character. That's just Joel, right? So when I go complain to him about something, that's how he talks to me. And then I complain to Rui. We all banter and nag each other about stuff that we want to see. That's literally how life works. Like I love coming to the office. It's amazing. Wait, what was the question again? Sorry, I got sidetracked.
The question was like, what kind of inspiration did you? What different games? Yeah, survival games and inspo.
So, like, I grew up, man, playing Mech 3, Mech 4. I grew up playing PlanetSide 1 and 2, playing EVE Online until my eyes bled. I had people sending me SMSs at 4 o'clock because we had a fleet up because the Australian time zone is awake and we had to deploy to try to nail them, right? So, for me, that's where I come from. That's why I want to play. That's what I want to see. But also at the same time, I'm an old man now. Like I can't do 3 a.m. SMSs to fleet up again. That's not a thing anymore I can do, right? So one of the things I grew into is realizing that Some people can. If they can, we should enable them. And for those that want to, but really don't have the time to, we should also allow them to be enjoyers and supporters of those that can. And this goes back to the desert, the cycle, the rotation. This goes back to the exchange. You guys can do the exchange. We can't. I don't have the time to run.
I got a delivery. I'll be listening, but I'll be AFK just 1 second, y'all.
To get the schematic that I want. I'm just going to go to the exchange because I've been collecting stones, crystals, whatever else I need. I'm going to trade that to get the schematics that I want so that I can be an enjoyer of this other piece of content, right? So there is a beautiful circle that in theory can be a very, very engaging and very, very polished circle. It just needs attention, love, and tender love and care for the next couple of for the next couple of time.
I mean, I love that. That's the beauty of like that kind of auction house vibe, right? Like you play your way. If you if you want to be the supplier of tons of iron, I mean, you can do that. You can be the iron guy. Screw it. Do what you want. Sell it, trade, whatever. So a question on the trade post and you know, the auction house is this is going to be a tricky one, I think, of a question, because this is a problem in every game that has trading. Is what are your plans, or how are you going to deal with real money trading? Because you know real money trading will most likely happen. It always does.
It is difficult, but you need to have both. So the honest answer is you can never truly stop it.
Right.
However, you have to combat it because it cannot be allowed to run rampant. Otherwise, it's going to ruin the game. It's going to ruin the experience. Like when I know people are MTXing for Eve, I forget what they're called, the thing that gives you time so that you can play for longer. It just gives me a bad flavor in my mouth when I'm playing the same experience, right? Like it's just something that we want to control. It's going to be a combination of both us overseeing what happens, but also the community helping us and highlighting when they see things happen. Additionally, there's economic things that we can do that control the floor and the ceiling so that things don't go completely crazy, because at the end of the day, we're not a subscription game. We're a buy and play and have fun game. If you really like us, go ahead and buy the DLC so we can keep making more DLC, and then you can buy an expansion pack for us as well, right? That's the plan. Everything in between, we will just try our best to see how we can address with the combination of oversight from the line of dev, from customer support, and as much as we can get support from the actual community to help us steer us in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most honest answer you could have had, because like in truth, you're right. It's an endless fight. It's just like, you know, me being a competitive shooter player, you're going to deal with cheaters. You're probably going to deal with cheaters in this. RMT and cheaters, you can't truly win, but your goal is to just be in line with the community. The community talks to you, you talk to them, and you just start, you know, don't be afraid to ban, I guess. Just ban, keep fighting.
Exactly.
It's tough. I mean, that's tough.
Constant fight for sure. But yeah, we'll be on top of it, or from our side at least. We'll pay close attention to it.
I love that. Okay, so I got we're gonna move to some lighthearted questions because I know we're kind of nearing time here. So like, what would be what would be some of your guys' like favorite things or most proud of things that you guys have made or worked on in this game? Like, what are you most proud of that you touched in Dune? Would
you like to go first, Ulla?
Well, as a producer, I don't necessarily work that much directly on things, but I have done a couple of things. But I mean, I'm generally, as a producer, I'm very proud of what the team has achieved. Like that's the angle I'm coming from, that we've actually managed to put together something that feels like a holistic, really cool experience, a survival game that really feels Dune, and that's something I'm really proud of. It feels like a Dune game first and foremost, with survival at the core. And then what I guess what I'm really proud of, we talked about it earlier in the office today actually, because we were playing through it, is in the large beta, the players got access to the first 20 hours. Mm-hmm. And on story, it's quite light actually on the story side in the first 20 hours. There's still lore in there. You meet NPCs that you talk to, and they feel like they belong in Dune. But then once you start going further and further, there's some really cool stuff on the story side. And we were talking about it earlier today. We saw some of the in the dev stream. There was a map called the Waterfat or the Waterfat Mansion, and it's like a single player or like an actual story
Water
mission,
Shippers Mansion.
set in the game, and we have multiple of these with really good cinematics, voice acting, and that makes me really proud because it's the 21st hours of the game is just the start, and I'm really excited to see what people do. I'm gonna drop one thing that I'm proud of that I actually did myself, and some of the coders on the team had to clean up after me. But the trade post stores actually close when there's a sandstorm. That I actually did.
It's a cool little detail that
So
I
let me
actually really
say something,
appreciated.
because I think, again, behind the curtain, right? Like, I don't know how many people have worked in a 400-man company where all of the people are actually highly, highly creative and on a personality spectrum all the way over there to 2 kilometers over that way, right? Like, the amount of different people, cultures, and everything else that we have working together, honestly, it's challenging, right? Like, Ula Andreas here manages my extreme knee-jerk reactions, right? Like, but not only me, but like also everybody else. I think there are some questions here in chat that are a little bit like, I didn't quite like it. Like, the reason producers exist is because they enable people to work together collectively in a direction. And it's because people are so creative and have such strong personalities that often clashes, right? Like, I think unless you've worked in a 400-man company or even a 30-man team, it's very, very difficult to see.
Man, gotta be like herding cats.
Personal challenges that can arise, right? Like, that is to have someone that just gets people to be on track. Like, remember the mission, remember the mission, remember the mission. Get the thing and get out, right? Not more than that. For me personally, I honestly at the beginning, for me, Dune was something that was written in the 60s and 70s, right? Like, I was never a big fan because I'm just not that, like, I didn't read the books. I read everything that came after Dune. So when I started reading it for the game,
Yeah.
it was a bit dated. It's like it's written.
And you know, I've been biting my tongue every time that production has come up as a topic in this, because quite frankly, I don't know who is responsible for production concerns with Star Citizen at CIG, but either that dude is getting countermanded all the time, dudette, whatever you want to call him, or they're just not doing their job, because that is just such a massive problem over at CIG, man. There's just nobody controlling the process in a way that's actually going to develop a game. Not the persistent universe, anyway. All right, I had to get that out. I was sticking in my craw since they started talking about production. Let me let that go.
Way back when, right? So having Joel talk me through, because like he's so deep in this, it's quite shocking. He's so deep in the lore and narrative that having him walk you through the steps and explain the
Yeah, I don't know
reasoning
which
behind
version
it,
of
then explain
Unreal
how the
5
technology
it's
works,
on.
because we can't just magic away Holtzman shields or lasers. We have to solve it, right? Having him talk you through the steps and explain to you, like, this is because of that is because of this is because of this, therefore consequence, and this is the frame, Alex, that you need to be designing in. Us designing a game that really keeps as true as it does to the narrative and the fiction and the world of Dune, for me, I think is a
Google says it was developed on
honestly not something that I thought
5.2,
we could
but
achieve without really having to
I don't know beyond
break a
that.
couple of the key rules. I think we did wonderfully. The fact that Holtzman shields are almost the perfect narrative vehicle for the challenge of interplay between melee and ranged. That we have the worm, there's a natural land monster that it's like a god entity that you can't touch, right? Like the server infrastructure, the way we structured the world, where we can have many Haga basins not connected to each other, but like instance onto each other, that connect to one deep desert, that connect to a few of the hubs, and how people can move in between them. And then the learnings from Exiles, where the community was too segregated over the different maps that we released. So one of the big things that we want to do is to make sure that when we come into this game, we're like, you know what? Let's keep the community a community. Not people that play map A or B or C, but like just mesh them in together. And like where we landed, I think, the connection of the narrative, the tech, and the gameplay, like some of the gameplay can be more polished. It absolutely can be. Some of the AI can absolutely be better. We will get there. But the fact that it's landing together so well and not completely trying to be something else other than a Dune game, I think is a wonderful, wonderful thing. I'm very, very happy that we managed to land.
Not that he feels strongly about it or anything, right?
I feel like that's a great, absolute killer way.
I love the passion
end this
and
interview,
the way
because I
that
could
he's
sit
talking
here
about
and
it all.
Literally fire questions all night, but I don't want to take up any more of your guys' time.
Oh God, I don't even know.
So
Nine.
Yeah. No, seriously, I could do this all day. You guys are an absolute treat to talk to. I mean, everybody. I feel like everybody that I've talked to at Funcom.
We're gonna let it go. I know that they're gonna have their little closing conversation. I am glad that I got to watch that whole video though, because I had not seen everything that they had to say about it. I'm glad that somebody with the kind of I don't want to be professional, but very much positive, forward-thinking, engaged gamer, as Shroud appears to be, had a chance to talk to some devs so that gamers could get answers from questions that were definitely going to matter to them. Magic number is 100K. Many big games had 100K cap on release. I don't know. I mean, I think it's going to be a gigantic launch. Although tomorrow is just going to be the deluxe and ultimate players, right? I will actually be more curious to see what does the concurrency look like on the 10th, right? And during the week after. To me, that's what's I'm curious to see the bar graph or the line graph, right? To see how's the growth go. And then the next point for me will be, what will it look like a month later, 30 days later? How far off does it fall? Because it almost certainly will, right? And then where does it level out? Because I mean, as somebody who plays New World semi-regular, we know what that graph looks like on New World. It's constantly, and it only goes up when there's a new content drop, right? And what we're hoping to see here is a more stable, active community so that the game doesn't feel like a ghost town. You feel like as Bene Gesserit, Spice gives me unlimited power. Yeah, I will actually also be curious to see what do the numbers look like on the 10th and then compare the numbers from the 5th to the 10th, because I actually wonder how many people were interested and excited enough to fork up the extra cash, right? Because there were definitely some. I mean, it's significant. It is going to be interesting to see. Server capacity for US, Asia, South America, Oceania seem to be around 41,600 with the provided server list at the moment. That's if all Haga basins are filled up to 40. Did they say how many Haga basins per world? I didn't look at all the information, because that's kind of what I'm curious about. $20 per world at the moment. Okay. Well, that would be potentially, what are we talking about? That would be 800 in the Haga basins and 300 in the deep desert. So 1,100 players cap online concurrency if everything is full, which probably won't happen. I'm sure there'll be. So I wonder if they're trying to count on maybe 1,000 players per world as the soft cap at launch. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm interested to see how it plays out. What I'm actually hoping is that they're leaving enough room so that people from the 10th are able to join on added if necessary, or empty slots in the Haga basins in the worlds for people who are trying to join their buddies who were playing on the 5th, because what I don't want to see is all of us early access people, I shouldn't say early access, all of us Head Start people hop on servers tomorrow, and then half our buddies that are all going to start on the 10th can't join our servers, and we all will wind up migrating over 5 days later to a server from the 10th. That will be, I think, in some ways, I don't want to say worst case scenario because that sounds so hyperbolic, but if it just turns out that the 5-day head start winds up being a waste for most of the people that had started, that will be disappointing. So I hope they're leaving cushion, right? So if they're going to launch with 20 Haga Basins per world, if that means that they actually feel competent, they could at least go to 30 or 40. You know what I mean? Concurrency is really going to be the limit, you know, because they can only run so many, you know, server clusters, whatever, per world, I'm sure. But like I said, I'm excited to start playing on the 5th regardless, even if I wind up having to start over on the 10th, which is something that our group has talked about repeatedly. It may well be a thing, and if that's what it is, that's what it is. But I would rather be able to keep all of my progress on the from the 5th, you know, because that will feel more persistent to me. And as a long-term MMO guy, that's kind of where my heart is. Yeah, I remember the New World launch. It was a disaster with people losing their 3090s for sure. All right, I am going to have to wrap it up here. I appreciate all the conversation today. It's been a really good day. I cannot wait for tomorrow. We are what? We are 20 and a half hours away. 21 and a half hours away. I can't do math right now. My brain is fried, but I need to get the Shield Maiden some food. I got to get some food, and then I've got to take care of some IRL stuff so that I can be sure to be set up for tomorrow, because tomorrow is definitely going to be a long stream, and I am so ready for it. So ready for it. Going to be good fun. I normally would look for somebody to raid, but to be honest, is anybody doing anything related to Dune to raid out to? Yeah, nobody's actually in the category. So I'm just gonna let y'all do what you did. We had, I appreciate that everybody hung out today. We had really strong viewership numbers from my little teeny tiny channel and absolutely fantastic conversations. I think we're all super hyped for tomorrow. And I will be here. I will be ready to start at launch. And then we're going to go for as long as we can take it. All right, y'all. Okay, everybody take it easy. And remember to stay safe and stay healthy, because being sick sucks. And I'll see y'all around the verse. And we will be in it as much as we can be in it tomorrow, hopping in hardcore. All the love, you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out again. And I know I'm in full ramble mode. I apologize for that. Y'all are awesome. Have a great day, and we'll see you on Dunes Day tomorrow.